Welcome. Today is Tuesday, June the 14th, 2022. Boy, time
Flag
is
Day.
flying. It's Flag Day. And this is National Flag Week, I believe. So this is a work session of the Board of County Commissioners. And I have in the room with me Kelly McNicholas Curry. I have Steve Child on the phone. And I have staff are here, and we are going to start our presentation on the second quarter budget supplemental request. And it is a very thick packet, and there's lots of zeros, but I think you can help us resolve some of those zeros.
That's correct. And actually, I would like to start out with the budget update. I think in your packet
Okay,
that
that's the
followed the
second.
supplemental request. But
Got
the budget
that.
update lays the groundwork for the supplemental request so that the board can see how much fund balance we have available and where we're at financially as you're considering the supplemental request.
Just let me explain. There's something going on in the building. We don't know what it is. It's in the basement. Do we know what it is? Are they going to be continuing through the afternoon?
I don't know the period, but they're down there.
Okay. So that's that noise we're hearing, Amy, and we're just going to have to work through it. Okay, sorry, Connie.
So I'm going to share my screen and pull up the first attachment that is on the memo with the 2021 and 2022 budget update. And this will just be a brief budget update, but I want to let you know where we ended the year at the end of 2021. Liz Woods will be presenting the actual financial reports, but this is more on a fund balance and a budget basis. You can see the first column on this spreadsheet shows the projected fund balance. This is what we projected we would have in ending fund balance at the end of 2021 while we were doing our 2022 budget process. We typically project conservatively. We want to make sure that we're on a sound footing and we're not projecting huge fund balance or something unrealistic. And so typically we do better than our projections. The second column shows the actual 2021 fund balance net of carry forwards from 2021 to 2022. And so long story short, for the general fund unassigned balance, we are $3.3 million better than we had projected. And for the total general fund, $4.2 million better than projected. For the capital fund, we're slightly less than projected, 10,000, but fairly close, all things considered. And I wanted to also point out the airport fund, $4.5 million better than projected. So some numbers to keep in mind as we're looking at the supplemental requests. A few key points for 2021, specifically on the general fund, is that sales tax was $687,000 more than we projected in 2021. We were projecting plus 18% versus 2020, but our actual results came in at plus 29%. And this had effects also on the capital fund, the road and bridge fund, and the transit sales and use tax fund. Our intergovernmental revenue was less than projected, but our ComDev revenue was about $650,000 better than projected. And then we are required by accounting standards to show a gain or loss on investments if we had cashed out all of our investments at the end of 2021. Of course, we didn't do that and aren't planning to. The investments will be carried forward to their full maturity, and we will not realize any loss on them. However, if we had cashed them out at the end of 2021, there would have been about $1 million loss, and we're required to show that in our financials. But even with that impact on the revenue, our total revenue is still about $873,000 better than we projected in the general fund. On the expenditure side in the general fund, we had about $409,000 in payroll and benefit savings. and operational expenditures, about 1.3 million in savings. There were a couple items in our replacement schedule costs that were overspent. One in particular was because of an audit adjustment. Our auditors required us to record the dispatch phone system in the general fund rather than in the E911 fund. But we transferred revenue from E911 to cover the cost, so there was no impact on the fund balance. All told, about $937,000 more in savings compared to our projection in the budget process. Then fund balance transfers. The general fund supports a number of other funds or subsidizes other funds, in particular the human services and public health funds. We base this on estimates of what we need. The Human Services Fund, we usually tell you in the budget process that they perform better than budget. It's difficult to show when budgeting and project just where that will come in, but they usually are better. And in this case, there was $350,000 that we did not transfer to the Human Services Fund. So we transferred $650,000 rather than $1 million. So that's a savings to the general fund. And then also in the public health fund, we had budgeted for a large transfer, especially with all of the different COVID costs coming through. But $300,000 in that transfer was not made to the public health fund. There was the 5-star program that the need for it diminished as before it really even got started, and then contact tracers, there were savings. So a total of $650,000 in general fund subsidies that was not needed. So again, all told, for the general fund, $3.3 million better than projection in unassigned fund balance and $4.2 million better in total fund balance. I did list a number of items in other funds where there was a larger discrepancy between what we projected and what the actual fund balance was. So you can read through those for time's sake with our different departments here ready to present their supplemental requests. I won't go through everything unless the board has questions on any of these particular items.
Patty, I have a question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
So what was the total revenue for the budget when 2021 was closed out?
I don't have the total numbers right here with me. I've just got the budget comparison and the fund balance comparison.
Okay, thank you.
And Liz will be presenting the financials in, I think, just a week.
Next week, yeah.
So she'll have more of those concrete numbers. My focus is on the variance.
Sure. Sounds good. Thank you.
And the bigger question is, when do we have our first budget meeting scheduled? Do we have that on the books yet?
I think it will be October 11th or
Okay,
October
all right.
12th, whatever the Tuesday
We got
is.
some time
We're
to
planning
prep
already.
ourselves up for the budget. Perfect,
We're
thank you.
gearing up. 2022, let me see if I can make this one bigger on the screen. And this is a little difficult to show on the screen, but let's see if it'll come up. This chart just gives a visual comparison of what we were projecting. Oh, I'm sorry. Our 2022 beginning fund balance. This is focused on the general fund and the capital fund. So taking those numbers from the prior chart. This is our beginning point. With the two funds together, a total of $23.45 million. And then it shows it graphically in the chart below with our Tabor reserve shown in the light green part of the bar chart, our operational reserve in the dark green section. So the two of those green sections together make up 16.7% of operational expenditures. The yellow section is some restricted fund balances. They're restricted for specific purposes. The 1,725,000 is the ARPA funds that we've received so far. And then the 8.8 million is unassigned operating reserve. And then the $2.2 million, that's the capital fund in the red. So this is this was our projection during the budget process, the first bar chart. The second one is the actual fund balance at the beginning of 2022, so you can see the difference quite a lot better. Then where we were projecting we would be with the effect of the original budget. Our original budget planned to spend down a total of $3.15 million between the general and the capital funds. Then we've had supplemental requests throughout the year so far. First quarter and second quarter, all of the different requests are listed here. For the purpose of this chart, I'm assuming that the board will pass them, but of course this will be modified according to the board's direction. So the supplemental request would further spend down fund balance by $2.4 million. However, we're projecting $2.1 million more in revenues in 2022 than what we have budgeted, and $575,000 in savings at the moment. And this leaves us with an ending fund balance of $20.57 million. So these are just projections and a way to have the board see that even though our original budget, we had planned to spend down fund balance, a number of supplemental requests have been presented so far this year. However, our revenues and our expenditure savings, what we're projecting to date, make up for most of, if not all, of the supplemental requests that have been and are being presented. So maybe a little bit confusing chart, but a way of just trying to show where we're at fund balance wise, so the board has a basis for some of the decision making. Our sales tax, we just recently received our April sales tax. The memo only refers to January through March. But through April, we are up 48% versus 2021 and up 41% versus our budget. This is a total of $2 million better than budget, and that's about $1.2 million more in the general fund. So our sales tax is performing very well. Each month this year has been double digits higher than 2021 and also than our budget.
So Connie, that 2 million is just April receipts?
Just through April, yep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Community development, their revenue is at 60% of budget through the end of May, and they are on pace to be at least $1 million better than projection. I think that the $1 million is a very conservative projection, and we will most likely be a good deal higher than that at the end of the year. On personnel in the general fund, at the moment we're projecting $575,000 in savings, and this has to do with the difficulty of hiring. So a brief budget update. Does the board have any questions before we move on to the supplemental requests?
Board? Seeing none.
All right.
Thank you, Connie. Now the fun stuff.
So supplemental requests, we're going to start with the airport fund, and we've got Dan and Greg here to present their requests. Come on up.
Thank you. So this request has to do with our terminal roof. In 2020, our roofing contractor did a pretty in-depth look at our roof and suggested that we do these repairs then. It was deferred at the time, and we just did patchwork repairs to the roof. We're back to where we are experiencing leaks in several areas all over the terminal. This is while passengers are in the terminal. This is in our tenant leaseholder spaces, not the ideal situation for what we're trying to present at the airport. We've gone back to the contractor, and they've come back again recommending that this improvement is necessary, not only just to improve on the leaks, but to avoid future all-out failure of the roof in the terminal. Flat roof in the Rocky Mountains, not really sure how that happened. So this work does, it is recommended that we do it, and we'd like to move forward with it just because we don't want to see an all-out failure and don't want to continue to present rain showers inside the terminal during operating.
We have the passengers filling the buckets and dumping them as they,
Well, that's it. They're walking around a labyrinth of buckets, and we have caution signs out, and it's just,
Yeah,
it's
not a good
it's,
first
it's
Classy.
time. Yeah.
yeah, not a good first or last impression. Thank you. Does the board have questions on this one?
So they think they can get 5 to 7 years out of the next
Yeah,
repair?
and that was something specific that we asked for in the quote, is give us that 5 to 7 year on this, hoping that we're moving forward in a new building
And
at
this
some
is just
point.
a new membrane with something on top of that, or?
They are going to peel back the membranes, get into the guts of the roof. A lot of these happen to be, they're showing themselves in areas where an add-on was put onto the building here, an add-on was put on the other side. So it's in these areas where there's add-ons. They have to get into the roofing, so they are going to have to peel back quite a bit to get in there because of when we've worked with them to try and trace where these leaks are coming from, they're deep within the roof, but they're penetrating through the membranes themselves.
And how many square feet do you think it is? It sounds-
9,000 square feet. It's
8,000?
two sections, one 6,000 and another 3,000 foot section,
Great,
square foot
thanks.
section.
Kelly?
Is there a hazard of what they may find under, anytime we peel back?
You never
something?
know.
Jimmy Hoffa?
Right.
Are we
have-
preparing for that? I just wanna,
There's some padding to be prepared for some of that, yeah. We've done a lot of work when we turned the old admin area into new seating area. We found some things, but they didn't end up being major. These are in different areas, a little bit older sections of the terminal. Hoping that it is really just kind of years of neglect coupled with membranes that weren't put on properly when they were done 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay,
Good plan.
yeah, and when do they hope to get started?
They have reserved a placeholder for us, pending funding for July.
Okay.
And they've been stockpiling materials for us as well.
that's what I wonder, is this a fixed price? Would we expect that there could be some inflation to it?
I think with the padding that's in there, we're probably sitting pretty safe. There's a little bit in there just in case those one-offs happen, but hopefully they don't.
Okay. Hopefully you'll have nice weather in July.
Right.
Even though we do pray for rain a lot around here, it would be nice if you guys could, want to get it done out there.
Will there be any disruptions to use?
No, we've identified a place with our contractors where they can get on the roof where they're not within the SIDA area, so there's no impact to traveling guests, whatever. That's outside of Gate 2 where all of the garbage receptacles are, so they can get onto the roof from that area. They can stage from that area. We can coordinate with them when Waste Management comes in to do their pickups. For the most part, they'll just be operating out of that side section of the terminal, the north side of it.
There may be a slight customer experience disruption from noise and things like that, but nothing major.
Okay. All right.
Question.
Patty,
Yeah, oh, Steve, sorry. I hate it when I've got people and they don't mean this.
if there was perhaps mistakes made when the membrane was installed 5 years ago, is this the same company doing the repairs at this point? Or is it
No.
a different company? If it is the same ones, are they liable for some of the leaks that have been happening from a faulty installation before?
The The blame of fault is from one contractor telling us what they think was done on a previous project. I don't know that the work would be warranted this many years out. I've been told different things about what had happened previous to me being with the airport, and the roofing repairs that were done before I had started. So I don't want to, necessarily bring up hearsay
Thank you.
as far as, general contractors and who was there in the past. But it is a new contractor. Quite happy with everything that they've done for us so far.
Okay. And I think roofs by definition leak at some point in their life, so that's to be expected. Hopefully this repair will last for the duration of the life of the terminal.
That's what the plan is. So we get the new roof, we gotta get going on a new terminal. Okay. All right. And then we have, we only have one from that? No, we've got more coming from this.
Total.
Can we just,
Two.
can we just do those now? Are we gonna do those now?
Yes.
All with the airport?
Yes.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
the next one up is airfield pavement rehabilitation.
So this one's more of a budget oversight issue, a $6 million budget oversight. This is something that's paid with FAA grants, just as something for some reason we didn't notice when we did the annual budget that it wasn't included. But it's primarily paid for via Airport Improvement Program grants from the FAA and a CDOT grant, and then there's a 10% rough local match on this. But it's just something we just, for some reason, did not notice. This is something we do typically annually, although the amount changes because the amount of the work we do changes annually for pavement rehab. This is the work, actually, coincidentally, we just completed on the runway, the 2-week closure, and also with our aircraft gate area. The aircraft gate area will be paid for through a separate funding mechanism, which is called a passenger facility charge, which is it's an extra charge that goes on to every ticket, a passenger ticket, and it's put into a bank to fund certain projects such as this. Those projects are not grant eligible, so to speak, so they're paid through passenger facility charges. So we're going through an application process for that passenger facility charge right now. This is also the FAA AIP grant application that was brought to you last week for the first reading. So that is what this really is. We're hoping with the work that we did do with this project that we will not have to do any airport closure next year for any work. It was robust enough this year that hopefully it will allow us to leapfrog over next year. And then 2024 is the year that we're seeing we probably will have to do a relatively major reconstruction on the runway due to some failures that we're having, or we're starting to have. The work we did this year with the supplemental addressed those failures, at least to stave them off for a future time. The work we did also, we did some, as I mentioned, some of the aircraft gate parking areas with the anticipation that the Embraer 175 will be coming in, which has a slightly larger wingspan than the current CRJ 700. So we'll reconfigure those gates to allow both types of aircraft to park there. Also purchasing 4 aircraft passenger ramps that are configured to serve both aircraft as well. So that's pretty much what this supplemental takes care of. It's just more of an oversight of something we didn't include in the budget, something that we had to do, but something that was also grant funded. So it's not coming out of our general fund or airport general fund for the most part.
Okay.
Dan, good to see you
Oh,
in
nice to see
person. Is that typical? You do we're just a patch this year. It seemed pretty comprehensive from driving by at 60 miles an hour.
Yep.
But in 2 years, you're gonna have to tear it up and redo it to a greater extent, and that's pretty normal, I assume.
That is actually quite normal. And we're at the end of that useful life of that pavement, so it's on an exponential curve as far as when you do a rehabilitation like we're hoping to do in 2024, or reconstruction, if you will. We won't have much rehabilitation after that, but then as the years go out, we'll see more and more and more.
Got it.
So
And it seems like generally it's right. Touchdown area is the most. Yeah.
that's exactly where it's at. Yep.
They're hitting pretty hard. Tell them to land a little bit lighter.
I wish they would.
Yeah, those hard landings are, yeah.
Expensive.
Any other questions? Kelly, please.
Yeah, since it is a bit of a hot topic, can you talk about the, what you're hearing about the replacements of the CRJ and with the Embraers?
Sure. We're not hearing it necessarily as a replacement at this point. It's more of an additional aircraft that'll be able to operate into the airport with some of the issues they're having with the CRJ, such as reliability, because they are getting older. They're in the maintenance shop quite a bit more. They're not training as many new crews on the CRJ because it is an older aircraft. It's a smaller aircraft. They're taking most of the crews they have and putting them on more large mainline aircraft. So between fewer crews to operate them and less availability to the aircraft, the Embraer is another aircraft that they're hoping will be able to serve the Aspen area. What we're hearing sort of in the background right now is probably this holiday season, we may see the Embraer 175 operating in here by at least one airline. My assumption is once one airline is doing it, since the Embraer is a very popular and available aircraft, and they have a fair number of qualified crews to fly that you will see subsequent airlines follow suit and take those. But again, we only have 4 positions at any given time for that aircraft, so it's not as if all the airlines can automatically fly only the E-175 in here.
So is this a little bit of a chicken and egg situation? Like the airport needs to make these reconfigurations in order for the airlines to consider the Embraer? Is that right?
Exactly. It's one of those situations.
And this is their money that we're using to make those reconfigurations?
In a sense, it is their money. I mean, it is money that they approve to use for certain projects. We did have a consultation with them a number of months ago to make sure we were going down the right direction. We weren't doing this for naught, so to speak. And they said, no, absolutely, we think you're going in the right direction. And this was the some of the leaders of the subsequent airlines, United, Delta, American, that fly in here, and SkyWest. So we did check with them before we did this. But you're right, it is a bit of a chicken and egg. We're trying to be proactive with the anticipation of coming in here, because especially in the holiday season when we can't construct and do reconfigurations, if all of a sudden they decide to fly in, we're pretty stuck. So, and so are they. So.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
what's going on out there, as always?
I guess I'm a little torn on this one because I think what we learned was these are dirtier, louder planes.
They may be a tad. From a loudness standpoint, yes, because the engines are sitting under the wing, so there's this reverberation of the engines under the sound under the wing as opposed to the engine sitting on the fuselage. It's basically the same engine. Dirtier, probably slightly, possibly more of a CO2 type discharge from this aircraft.
Okay. Could they approve similar use of these PFC funds for mitigation for those things?
Not typically. It won't. Typically, they can't. They won't be able to necessarily do something like that. Although, there's the possibility, and this is a bit of a gray area because it's a newer thing with federal funding, and many of the PFC guidelines mirror what you can use federal grants for. The check marks. There's a few other things that you can do that you can't do with grants, but they're very similar. I'd have to check. There might be some things we could do as far as how we plug the aircraft in on the ground. Use some funds to pay for mechanisms that allow us to do that. There might be some opportunities there. We could look into that.
Could you look into that as well as maybe the like air quality monitoring stuff that we would want?
It's actually an excellent point. At our airport advisory board meeting this Thursday, our consultant, Mean Hunt, who actually performs our emissions modeling, will be presenting. We're going to provide the advisory board members to discuss and come up with some alternatives on how we model, how we monitor, and how we baseline some of that information.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
You were talking about electric versus diesel or kerosene-powered APUs? Or
Exactly,
something?
yes.
Right. It'd be interesting to know just how big a difference that makes, because it could make a significant difference if they're on the ground and the APU's running for an hour or two.
It potentially could.
Yeah.
Although we're in that, again, a chicken and egg situation a little bit from the standpoint of, do we reserve our PFC, passenger facility charge funding, to put into a new terminal that would include some of these things, or do we limit our PFC bank, so to speak, and purchase them now. So there's and maybe not, and you have to repurchase ones when we do a new terminal. So there's a little bit of a shell game going on there, but absolutely, we can look into that for sure.
Well, we're doing that now anyway.
We are.
This approach is a little bit of like a couple steps back to patch.
It is. It
the
really, it
report
very much
that
is.
we, want to improve in the future.
Yeah, unfortunately, trying to align with an airline's business practices and desires is always very difficult. They have a timeline in a matter of weeks, where we have a timeline in a matter of decades. So.
And what would happen, what would the airline's reaction be if we said, we're not going to do this? We're not going to accommodate the Embraers?
That comes down to a situation where they may limit our air service capabilities. It comes back to how many aircraft and how many crews do they actually have available, and where else are they needed. And if there are not enough aircraft to serve the airport, then they start to pull back on the. So if we have 40 flights, all of a sudden we may have 30 flights available.
The other thing about electric APUs, we have to be concerned about how much electricity we have available at the airport.
Yes, that gets into a whole cascade of issues as far as what can we do when, because we do have limited amperage capabilities out there. So we're trying to work on some of these things all at the same time and trying to kind of a little bit of a crystal ball on what's going to happen first, second, third, and when can we go ahead and implement this, and when do we have the funding to do this and other things. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, do we plug the toaster oven in or not?
Yes. There are other opportunities which we're looking into also. There's something called, not to get too far in the weeds here, but it's called a VALE grant, or a voluntary low emissions grant, that the FAA also has. They're starting to phase some of these out, but that is another pool of money we might be able to dive into for electronic APU equipment as well. But that's something we're investigating.
Great.
Could we use that money too for just electric charging, plug-ins, if we wanted to increase the capacity of the airport fleet?
I don't believe we could actually use it for, let's say, a transformer that would allow us to do it, but the actual equipment that would get plugged into the aircraft, that's probably very viable. Yeah.
Great. Okay, are you gentlemen, you don't have like more for us from the airport?
Not yet.
Okay,
only in a
nice to,
week.
yeah, yeah, you'll be back. Nice to see you guys, nice
Oh,
to see
nice
you.
to see you. Thank you.
Thanks.
You.
Okay, I believe now we are moving into,
We have the sheriff here.
all right.
And request for the body-worn and in-car camera system, and an increase in the cost for this program.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, it's nice to see you.
Are you wearing one now?
Not yet.
Can't I want to see them.
But when we see you on YouTube later,
They were supposed to be obvious and everyone
Yeah.
knows.
About the size of a pack of cigarettes.
Right,
about
just a
this.
big thing on your, yeah, got it.
all right, the floor is yours.
Ours or Connie's?
All of yours, the three of you included.
I don't make a move without Connie, so I'm gonna let her start.
So originally, the sheriff's office had budgeted just a little over $100,000 to begin this project. As you know, this was required by the state to be mandated by the state to be implemented by 2023. Their costs have come in higher. There have been changes in what type of product was available. And so this request is an increase in their budget of $21,800. And with the potential also, if the equipment is able to arrive in time, of receiving a state grant. They were first assured that the equipment would arrive in time, and now that could be in doubt. So there have been a number of things beyond control of the sheriff's department with this budget item. But this is a request to increase enough to cover the costs.
We thought this would be a net zero project. The famous supply chain has gotten our way for this grant. I'm sure some chip coming from China is not available, and that's what's holding us up. So we really tried to make this a net zero, and we missed the mark because of that issue.
Is there any way, because I don't think the chain of supply is ours alone, the issue, we might be able to appeal to whoever's given the grant monies and say, hey, it's really totally out of our control. And we've seen a lot of waivers or rollovers of these grants, from the pandemic, which is, kind of a result still. We're playing catch up. So maybe that's something we can help you, assist you with if need be.
Yeah, I don't know if was it July 23 or June 23 deadline?
June 23 deadline, but we did reach out to the state. It's a state grant, and due to their fiscal year ending at the end of June, they don't carry grant monies over because of state law and being able to pay out on on a product, but on a good. They have
Right.
to pay out in the same year it's received. If we don't receive them by the end of this month, they can't pay past. They can't. The timing doesn't work out. So unfortunately, there's really no. We asked. There's no way around that. It's not. There's nothing in state law that allows them to move monies and goods to different times.
Well, yeah, they could create a new grant program starting July 1st.
Well,
They could.
I don't look at it any differently than we look at our own
Yeah.
budget. There's certain things we have to buy and receive
Yeah.
before January 1st. They just have a different deadline than
Yeah,
we do.
well, we've had some waivers of grants that actually let us roll things over into the next year, so maybe the state will think creatively, or maybe we can put a creative bug in there and say, okay, the monies you're saving by not awarding the grants for 2022, your fiscal year, maybe we could create a new grant program for the next grant.
Meanwhile, taking this grant isn't going to hinder that effort. So
Either that or,
Let's
we're
do
gonna
it.
be wearing Polaroid cameras, we have to click, click, like the whole time.
Yeah, we asked, and there was, at least the grant manager, there was appetite on her part to try and get a grant. Because
Yeah.
we aren't the only ones. We are one of 10 agencies who are
That's
in
what I'm
this.
saying, we're probably not the only
Yeah.
ones in this situation.
And so in her position, she's somewhat limited, but she said if there's a push out there, the state would feel it and could be reacting
Yeah.
to it.
So if there's anything we can do on the other level, Joe, you guys let us know. I think this is something we just have to move forward and roll with it and get this set up and get all the backup we need for handling what,
Not much choice, and after we receive them, I don't
Yeah.
think you're eligible for
yeah.
grants.
Yeah, so, we'll keep our ears and eyes on it. Any other questions for Sarah Parker?
Nope. What's next?
Okay, next we have 2 supplemental requests from dispatch.
And Parker, I think you have a volunteer or fire district meeting tonight, don't you?
I do.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you. First formal one, yes.
And
Congratulations.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Does Audrey Warner need to be a panelist on this?
I don't believe she's a presenter.
Okay, great. She's an attendee. I can promote her.
All right. Please, Brett, the floor is
Hello.
yours.
Thanks. We have 2 supplemental requests. Both are directly for dispatch. So the first one is coming out of our E911 fund, and the second is coming out of our operational fund that's funded by the agencies from the COM board. The first one, talking about IAED, which is International Academy of Emergency Dispatch protocols. We use their medical protocols now. So anytime a medical call comes in, the dispatcher will see a list of questions related to whatever it is, stroke, broken finger, whatever, anything medical that has to do with the human body are covered within these protocols. So for each one, there's a list of questions that the dispatcher asks and then relays the answers to the responders. It also provides information and directions for us to talk someone through a medical emergency. So CPR, childbirth, controlling bleeding, all those things we're able to do over the phone before responders can get there. So what we'd like to do is expand those protocols out to our fire and law a lot of benefits to that. One is consistency with every call. Our dispatchers will know, hey, I got to go to these protocols where I read a list of questions. And having a list of questions for each of those is really important. In one of our main goals now is trying to make the job easier, trying to make it more accessible. We realize we're not going to add a lot of dispatchers to our crew, which we have a hard time keeping at full staff anyway. So what we need to do is make the job that one dispatcher can do easier and leverage it really, so they can handle more than one call at a time. So we're looking at technology to help us with that, and we're looking at ways to make it easier, and really the software. For example, on a law call, we've got just under 100 what we call nature codes. So assault, theft, burglary, anything, again, that will happen in the world of law, we have to break down. And then for each of those, there's a certain amount of questions that the dispatcher has to memorize that, we need to find out certain information on each call. By having these protocols, you breed consistency because every call is going to fall into this, and the same questions are going to be asked, the same answers will be presented to the responders. And they don't have to memorize and think about, okay, now this is a burglary. I need to make sure I ask for descriptions. I need to make sure if, the homeowner's home, whatever it is. They don't have to memorize it. It's coming up right in front of them. So that, in turn, not only makes it easier and more consistent, but helps with our training. We can have someone, and of all the centers that have gone to all three protocols, they've really cut their training time in half. What that means for us is going from 6 months from hire to being able to cover a schedule and sit at a console to 3 months. Really, right now we hire someone at the end of summer, they're going to be ready for next summer season. Now, if we hire someone at the end of summer, we can be ready for winter. It makes a huge difference. And then, with the kind of turnover that we have, if we lose somebody, we have to wait 6 months before we can replace them. And making that 3 is well worth it. When we put numbers to it, we figure we'll see return on investment in this with 6 new hires. Just reducing the turnover, reducing the time in training, reducing the overtime that we need to cover while they're in training, things like that. And coincidentally, right now, we've hired 6 dispatchers just in 2022. So within a year, maybe a year and a half at the most, we'll see a return on investment on this.
Question?
Yeah.
So is the software something that's been around a while and in use in a lot of other places? So you're not part of the R&D for this?
No.
This has been around a while?
Yeah.
And how intelligent is it? Is it are they gonna have to remember the code to get to the right prompts, or is it artificial intelligence that's listening? How does
Greg,
this work?
I think a good way to put this is maybe you've flown a plane or been next to a pilot, and even the commercial pilot goes through a checklist. Even though he knows everything, the switch is in the right place, he goes through that checklist.
Right.
So when they put in burglary, imagine a checklist
It
coming
pops
up in
up.
front of you, and
Got
you
it.
go, did you know the person? What did he look like? License plate numbers. So it's a checklist, as Brett said, so our dispatchers won't have to remember this. If any of you, I think you've been to the dispatch center, it looks like NORAD in there. And to think that people are asked to remember some of these things
Yeah.
is absolutely overwhelming. And I really think that's why our retention problems that we have is the job is really complex. So through software and technology, we're hoping to simplify it,
Right.
making the training easier, making the success rate go up, and people just won't feel like that. I mean, I gotta tell you, it can't feel good making mistakes all the time because you're not remembering
Because you forgot to
volumes
ask.
of information. And that forgot to ask thing may lead to a tragedy or, whatever. So I think anything like this, and Brett's done a really good job in a lot of levels out there trying to simplify the training program. mostly around the fact that we can retain people when they get here. The failure rate on this job is quite high because it's so complex. I mean, it is, like I said, I think it would probably be easier to learn to fly an airplane than it would to be working out there. You know, these really are the behind-the-scenes people that make us run. And, you know, it's no secret that we've had a shortage out there because of a lot of reasons, but whatever we can do to shorten the training program and add to the people's success, I think is what's going to make us retain people.
Sure.
And Brett's come up with a million creative ideas to do that. This is one section of it. So I think to think of it like a pilot checklist is the best way to do
And
it.
last question, is it adaptable? Like, can you put in specific questions for, say, a mountain rescue sort of thing where you can
Yeah,
have specific?
and to go back a little bit, yeah, this has been around, I'm not sure, it's been 20 or 30 years. It's the most widely used protocols in the world.
When we first got it, it was a flip chart. That's how long it's been around. You would say cardiac arrest, and you'd pull out this book and go to cardiac arrest and
Right.
flip these colored cards.
Right.
Yeah, so it's tested, it's proven. The medical, because it's medical, is very strict on, you have to ask the questions word for word in this exact order every time, and we're used to that. Law and fire are a little bit more customizable. So, you know, an example is on the fire protocols, there's a question that, you know, which gas company would you like to use? Well, we've only got one gas company here, so we don't need to ask that question. So we can go through and eliminate questions based on our needs within these protocols. Still, you know, it's scripted, which, just to jump ahead a little bit, that leads towards AI. So where, you know, if you have scripts for every single call that comes in, now we can start looking at those and start teaching the computer to eventually get to a point where, again, we're leveraging dispatchers. So if some of these low, you know, lower priority calls come in, alarms, things like that, it's the same questions every time. The computer knows exactly where to put the question, the answer. We can have the computers answering some of our low priority calls for us, and again, leverage it, the dispatcher's job.
Great, thanks. Sounds like it's worth it to me.
Plus, when you're reacting in the middle of a crisis, it's hard to, that's why this gives you a focus.
Absolutely.
I mean, imagine somebody on the other end of the phone crying, screaming, the worst moment in their lives. It's really hard to ask and answer questions from
Right.
somebody like that. So the checklist helps.
It's like running to a cardiac arrest at the hospital and your adrenaline is
The
kicked up
Lannies.
and you're like, okay, yeah, or the Lanny. Okay, which room am I going to? You know, let alone what am I going to do when I get there?
I'd love to have this on my phone. I can't think of what question I should be asking.
Like you have different pull downs. Got pulled over by a cop.
Right.
My
Wife
order
is
didn't
angry.
come in time from Amazon. You know, you have all your own
I went to
questions.
the grocery store for bread and I forgot to bring bread home from the grocery
Right.
store.
Checklist.
Yeah.
And this
Thank
is
you.
a net zero budget request. The request includes an additional 165,000 contribution from the E911 fund. So no impact to the general fund on this one.
Then I don't know that we need to explain the 911 fund. That comes from everybody's phone bill. A percentage of that goes to us. It's hardline only though, right? Or is
No,
it cell phone now?
Cell phones, but they need to be registered in
Yeah.
Pickens County, so.
Out of town cell phone, don't pay.
So now you're moving to a new FTE.
Yes. So to back this up a little bit, last year the COM board funded a mission critical consultant, which came up with a report that we hoped to have by the end of last year, but it really wasn't done until March and presented to us. So that's why we're kind of in the middle of the year with this. But one of the larger requests, and one that we identified as most important, was to create an FTE for an IT administrator dedicated to dispatch. Right now, our IT is administered through ProVelocity, through county IT, a little bit through some of our agencies' IT departments, but we found that and the report indicated that there are so many specific and unique systems. Having a 911 phone system is a lot different than having a VIA system, a PBX system through your center. Our computer-aided dispatch program is a beast in itself. Emergency notifications, radio, although we do have a tech services department that handles most of our radio stuff, but it's all connected, and you really need a very deep but narrow knowledge base to deal with these. Otherwise, we're relying on vendor maintenance, which can take time and is not very reliable, and it costs more. So what we've identified is instead of a broad-based knowledge shared throughout a lot of different places, we need someone that's really a point person and dedicated to the dispatch systems. So that's what we're looking at for this.
Kelly?
Couple questions. Who's doing this job now?
Right now, there are some gaps, especially in our computer-aided dispatch and our CAD system, which is our main system that ties to every agency. We don't really have a subject matter expert. We had a position in the GIS department who took on some of that, but Alex Durant, was left last September. And we've tried to fill that with some of our internal dispatchers, some other GIS people, but we found it's just not possible without a dedicated person to handle that, especially on the CAD side.
And then is the cost-sharing model, does that require any approval from those that we cost-share with?
Sure, and the COM board has approved both of these items.
Okay, so a different partner couldn't block, they're going to absorb the additional budget on their
Right.
side? Okay, I support it.
Yeah,
It seems
I have a-
limited enough.
Yeah, I have a hard
budget.
time with FTEs coming in mid-budget. I have a hard time with FTEs coming in at any time. I just would like to see, because I know our IT department might be a little understaffed. If there was a share opportunity, it's kind of like, is this going to be a enough full-time job for somebody? I think we have. Now we have Pro Velocity, we have our own ID department. Now we're going to have specialized IT people, and who knows where it's going to go next. And I'd like to see maybe some more consolidation. I don't know if that's possible, but we have GIS department that's apparently short a GIS person, and I'd like to see if there's any opportunity to share some time if we find. I just don't want to pay for a full-time position when the person's not working full-time.
Patty, I could assure you this is a full-time job.
Okay.
And I think, respectfully, if you shift your way of thinking, it's not taking care of these, which is what our IT department does.
Actually,
and-
Pro Velocity
Or
does.
Pro Velocity and our IT department is dealing with, respectfully, basic computer needs. This stuff is so complicated and over anyone's head who's not specialized in it. It really is a different computer system than anything we see. Not only, it's not one computer system. Out there, they may be like 10 or 15 different platforms that they're dealing with, whether it's the phone system or our alert system or our phone system is unique. Everything is so different out there that I really don't know that Pro Velocity can manage any of it.
No,
Except for how the hardware itself might work. I think the software is special training.
Yeah, and they don't. They're in Mesa.
We're not knocking them, it's just
Yeah.
a fact.
No, it's just different.
They're in Mesa
It's different.
County and Garfield a little bit, and they just stick to the more administrative and server and network side. I can tell you that Vail Dispatch has a CAD administrator position that they fill full-time just to deal with CAD. So we're talking about CAD plus phones, dispatch, all the other systems that come in. So I'm not concerned about them not being able to fill 40 hours.
Well, and it was a little, I think it's great at one hand, but the other hand is you already have a highly qualified person waiting in the wings, and I'm like, so, now this is coming to us. But I'm glad I hate it when we pass something and we can't find somebody to fill that position. But on the other hand, I feel kind of like, what are we talking, chickens and eggs before? Yeah. But, I am a big supporter of public safety. I know that things out there, it's like going into NORAD. I couldn't imagine sitting behind those screens for a 12-hour shift or a 10 or even an 8-hour shift or a 6-hour shift. So, and to have somebody there to back them up if there's a glitch anywhere in a system, I think it's critical. It's life-saving. So I think you might have me on this one, Brett.
Thanks, Patty.
This is the
tell her
consequence
about
of
the
going
3 other
past, clipboard
Yeah.
eras, right?
I guess it's a bad time to bring up the 3 other FTEs.
It is a bad time, yes.
Give me about half an hour to recover from this one.
Got all that good news from Connie about how flush we were.
I just wanted to follow up on if the person you have in mind for this falls through, then it's going to be a pretty long search and hiring process.
I would imagine so.
And so are they pretty committed to are they waiting in the wings basically to do this?
Do they have housing?
Yes, we have housing for them,
Okay.
which is, yes.
They're going to be sleeping under a console attic.
I think what's an important message here is, you're right, Greg, when we have a person waiting in the wings, it's a shame to pass up on them because of bureaucracy. What I'm seeing through Brett is I think we're getting a reputation, especially on the western slope, that we're a little more innovative than the rest. I mean, we were the first to have text to 911. We were the first to have the
Video.
pick an alert, the other, Everbridge.
Yep.
Video, a caller calls in and we say, turn your camera on, and you could see the crime scene or the event happening. So I think we're getting a reputation as being innovative, and some of these, not necessarily younger, but other people are leaving their organizations to come here, which is where we have with Brad's, basically, his assistant came here from Grand Junction.
That's right. Yeah.
Basically, because he knew how innovative we were. The guy wants to grow. Right. And I think that's what's happening with this other person, is they want to come here to grow. So at least in our dispatch section, I think we're really getting that reputation that was, when I hired Brad away from Grand Junction, his charge was innovation. I said, I want to make this this most innovative dispatch center, easiest to use, most cutting edge, and I didn't put any restrictions on him. I just said, go do it, because I know about as much about that comm center as any of you do. As nuts and bolts are not my game. But immediately when we first did text to 911, it was amazing. Everbridge, which is what would have been a big help in the Boulder fire, we've been using for years before that fire. The video to 911 is an amazing tool. So I think we are innovative, and that's the reputation we're getting, and therefore we're attracting these good people that we have to lock down as soon as we get them.
And I think a key to that too is, I don't mind people growing here. I want them staying when they're growed. I don't want to be a training center for people, because we've had that happen a lot in the past in this community.
Well, we've got some innovative ideas
Yeah.
to keep people here
Gotta keep
and
'em
get them
excited.
closer to the workplace.
Yeah.
I mean, this workplace could virtually be anywhere on the planet,
Yeah, yeah.
the way it's currently getting designed. So that might ease some workforce housing issues, some rent issues with our current facilities. I mean, we don't know what the future brings, but stand by, it's going to be exciting.
There's housing being built right behind it. Maybe we could get one of those units for that. Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Thanks for the info.
Before
Oh,
I
no, you
go,
still get-
just
you got-
if
you
I
got
could
more.
address you guys for a minute, thank you so much for recognizing Sheriff Broadus. I'm sorry I wasn't here. Any memorial services were planned for the next few months.
Okay. How's the family doing? How are the girls doing?
Good.
Yeah.
He left me mostly in charge of this stuff, so that might have been a mistake, but
You'll handle it. Anything we
we'll
can do,
figure
please
out.
let us know.
We will. We'll let
We
you know.
definitely want to be involved in any part of the process as it moves forward. Okay.
I think Steve has his
Patty?
hand raised.
Yes,
Patty.
Steve?
I have a question on this, adding the FTE, it actually shows up as no addition to the fund balance. And I'm curious, I mean, I realize partly that's just because there's unfilled positions that are basically would be paying for this, but will there be any reduction in the need for the IT department to have a person who has been doing a lot of this work up until now?
Connie has an
Is
answer
there going to
for
be
you.
cost saving there?
We don't think there will be a reduction there because there is still the addressing portion of the GIS job that needs to be done by GIS. So we don't think that there is a reduction there. Of course, they'll keep an eye on it as they're going forward. The cost, there is enough savings in 2022 so that we don't need to add to the budget in 2022. You will see the costs coming in 2023 and future years.
Okay, thanks.
Wishful thinking, Steve, but we got a deal for this year. We'll have to work on next year. All right, thank you. And are you doing the next, or?
The next one, Kim Valerio should be joining us online.
Oh,
She's, I'm sorry. She's probably on the phone. She said she was going to be.
do we have her? on?
I'm here.
Oh, there she is. Hi.
Oh,
Hello,
there she is.
everyone.
All right, the floor is yours, or Connie's,
Okay.
or everybody's.
Connie, you want me to go, or are you?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay. So this Criminal Justice Center study kind of builds on what we presented to you, the assessment with justice planners in April. This will kind of take that next step in what justice, it's with justice planners again. And the purpose is to gather, use the data that they've gathered, and then meet again with those stakeholders such as, you know, the board representative, the sheriff, the undersheriff, myself, county administration, the CJCC, user agencies such as other law enforcement, you know, the local law enforcement agencies, the judges, the public defender's office, the county attorney's office, probation, recovery resources, human services, PACT, facilities, and whoever else we think they need to meet with, and gather some more information. The purpose, like it says in this, is to give Pitkin County, give us the information to, you know, develop or decide what programmatic and facility needs that we need to that one-stop criminal justice center that we talked about in April. So that's kind of, this is that next step. We anticipate that we would do some traveling to some other innovative facilities. I think Sheriff found one in Utah, and I think Kelly found one, and I'm going to forget exactly where it was. But
North Dakota.
some that may be already kind
North
of doing some of
Dakota.
those things that out. So that's kind of what this next step it would be.
Okay, it just, you know, was a significant increase from 6,000 to 70,000? Almost 6. So, from the first budget, is my understanding.
Patty, I can answer that, Patty. That 6,000 is left over from the money that we had set aside to do the first
I was gonna say,
round.
that's not
Okay.
an increase.
Yeah, that's,
Okay,
yeah, this is a new contract with them, and in looking at this, their original contract allowed us to just, instead of going out to RFP, we could add this service to them. And so we're going to utilize those unspent funds to help
Okay.
cut that cost down.
so it's rolling it in, not adding to it, because it's
Correct.
original, it says in here original budget amount, and I'm like, so I'm looking at it in blacks and whites, so thank you for filling in the
Yep.
grays. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Anybody else have questions? Kelly?
I just have a comment as your rep to the CJCC. I had flagged that I think we need to have additional work session time because there were outstanding questions that this board had related to the violent crime and the demographic statistics.
Right.
That I think we continue to need to sort through in order to give better direction
Okay.
before any kind of space and programming plan can be finalized or drafted.
Do you have any idea as a time frame you'd like us to try and give you more work session time? I'm writing it on my to-do list.
Wait, is that paper and a pen?
I keep
Seen
it,
that in a while.
but see, I can pull it out in a heartbeat and not have to try and find it. It's right here, and I carry it with me. I carry it with me at all times. Oh, that confuses me. That would take me longer. And it works. Okay. So I'm gonna write this on here and, we'll add it to our list, and we'll try and get you guys some setup time, because I think Kelly's right. We need to clarify some stuff there. Okay, any other questions about this item on our,
And just for a point of clarification, as it was mentioned, this is going to be our opportunity now to get what the stakeholders and users would like to see in the facility and to have justice planners incorporate their needs and their desires into this. As mentioned, there is a jail. I'm even hesitant to call it a jail because they don't. They
Call it a receiving center.
They call it thank you, Kelly.
a receiving center?
It's called the Receiving Center, and it is one-stop shopping for mental health, addiction, criminal incarceration, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's in St. George, Utah. It sounds like a really interesting thing. I don't know much about the South Dakota one, but I mean, it would be, I've never seen a facility like this, although I envision it for us. I've never seen one, so I think that would be an interesting thing to see how it works. I'm sure it's on a bigger piece of property than what we have right there. But I think it's going to be interesting for justice planners and us to see it together and see if this is what we want on our wish list. Once again, none of these decisions have been made, contrary to what's out there. This is still in the wait-and-see program. Justice planners is our North Star. Kelly is your North Star. The group as a whole, I think, is working well together. It's a big, heavy lift. It's going to take a long time. So we're still, maybe we're on our feet, but still not walking yet. We're maybe not crawling. We might be standing. So it's slow, and I'm just urging people to be patient and listen to accurate information.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think we need to move this forward, so. I'm not seeing any other questions from the board.
Unfortunately, I can't offset it like I can the others.
But there is an In-N-Out Burger in St. George, just so you know.
But I did ask CCI to help coordinate possibly a tour from the governor's budget office.
Oh, good.
Because they want to tour jails. So maybe it will get offset if they come
Okay.
up with some money
Good.
in the future.
In North Dakota?
No, they want to tour Colorado jails.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get on their junket. so they can come see
Okay,
theirs.
well, that would be an interesting one to be on. All right, so
Pat-
Joey, is
Patty?
that it? Yeah, Steve?
No, just a comment about offsetting the cost of this study. I think this study could lead to potentially millions of dollars in savings down the road in whatever facilities we have to build or not build as a result of this study. So I think this will be money well spent actually in getting the system that we really want here and the facilities that we need here.
Okey doke. Thanks, Steve. Thank you, Joey. Good to see you.
Okay, our next supplemental request is for the Coal Basin NEPA contribution to CORE. This is an item that the board has already discussed in prior work sessions.
Hi, guys.
And this is just the formal process to include the $200,000 contribution into our appropriated budget for 2022.
And again, it's an up to 200, right, Greg?
Yes, up to.
That's,
Yeah, it's up to 200,000. We don't know exactly
don't
what
know.
it will
yeah,
cost.
they
but-
will be submitting invoices to
Right.
us.
Perfect. Any other questions from the board or comments? Okay.
The next request was simply an oversight in the 2022 budget. It's for the grassroots TV coverage of the board meetings, which is about $60,000 per year. And this was simply a technical problem with the budget entry where the 60,000 was entered, but with a quantity of 0 instead of a quantity of 1. And unfortunately, I didn't realize that, and we just recently discovered it. So nothing new, just simply correcting an oversight.
Yeah, I don't think it's time now to tell grassroots to leave the room, so I think we're good.
I think they should be paying us.
All right, seeing no questions from the board? All right, Connie, moving along, thank
Okay,
you.
Next is outside legal counsel in the attorney's office. Is John Ely on the line with us?
I didn't see him on here.
Okay. The attorney's office has had some additional costs related to the Rock Creek litigation, and some of those costs exceeded what they were estimating. This is a request to replenish the attorney's pool of appropriated funds for outside litigation, both for the Rock Creek and for other matters that might come to light through the year. So it is a request for $75,000.
And I think a lot of this had to do with just the depth in which they had to do research as it went way back in time. So, Kelly?
So I'm just confused about the term outside legal counsel. Are we just replenishing their fund, our attorney's fund that's dedicated to this item?
Yes,
Okay.
it's our attorney's budget, but our attorney will use outside legal counsel for different projects on a case-by-case or hour-by-hour basis. And so this is our attorney's budget line item to use for that, whether it be Rock Creek or any other items that may come up.
And then at the end of the year, if it's not used, it comes back.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, moving along. Thank you, Connie, because we had a lot to get.
Yeah. Next is open space and trails, and I believe Gary is on the line with the Deer Creek building rehabilitation.
Okay, so this was the building we recently talked about, right, Gary?
Correct. We talked about it for a while with you guys.
Does the board have any further questions about, this is the rehabilitation of a housing unit at the Deer Creek open space parcel to be used for housing within open space and trails or appropriately associated employee.
Question, I just, I guess I got hung up, I think it's just a one-bedroom, it's a remodel on an old place. It's not cheap, as nothing is here, and we're just gonna remodel it as a one-bedroom house. Is that correct? And is there any opportunity we'd have to increase the number of bedrooms just to try to handle employee housing for our staff?
We looked at that, and we also, I also can give you an update on the modular piece, Greg, too. But
Thanks.
we looked at it, but for caretaker units in Picken County, the reality is 1,000 square feet is the limit for caretaker units. And so if we want to expand this, this would change the process. Also, adding bedrooms to this will change the price because you need different firewalls and other pieces of the puzzle. We'd have to, get it redesigned instead of it just a remodel. Then we have to do extra for it. I think we're going to have other opportunities in other places to do that. And I think here, if we want to respect the existing zoning in this area and the structure for what it was built for as a one-bedroom, then this kind of limits us to what this is. But also, I looked into your question about just scraping this and putting a modular on it and talking to a couple contractors. Well, first of all, they were like, you will have to go through a new site plan kind of review because we'd have to change the footprint of the building, and that would mean a whole new foundation. And so, between that and modular costs right now are $425 to $500 a square foot, and most of them are backed up until probably spring of next year. I don't think we wouldn't be saving any money, would actually be more expensive. And I do believe with what we've got included in here, we're going to be super insulated, super responsible on the energy use of this rehab building.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you looking into all that. It just makes me, I wish I could look at the floor plan, but I'm sure you have. If there was an easy way to add a bedroom or subdivide a room or something to create more living space, 1,000 square feet sounds kind of big to me for an apartment, certainly sort of situation, but I'm not going to belabor it. I just wanted to bring it up. Thanks.
No
Okay.
problem.
Any other questions? Nope. And just keep us in the loop. I think we're anxious to see what the electric use will be after this is up and running, and our next step would be to get a solar system out there, which would be great.
Well, and we're going to look to solarize both of those houses
Yeah.
once we get this up and running. So.
Great. Thanks, Gary. All right, moving to Human Services.
Human Services, and is Lindsay Maish on the line?
Yep, I'm here. I'm here with Sam Lander Casper as well.
So the first request is a food feasibility study. So Lindsay, you can take it away.
Great, thanks, and nice to see you all today. So we're doing a budget supplemental, asking for a little bit to, sorry, I was COVID positive this morning, so I'm just a little foggy.
Oh, no.
So I'm going to do my best here, so bear with me. So as you all know about the Emma store, we've been looking at that as a potential food hub to help with our local ag community. And since we last met with you to talk through some of the Emma food study, Lift Up and some other partners have also come to the table and interested in a regional food study. Our portion, just to look at the Emma part of this, is going to be about $22,000, and Open Space and Trails had already budgeted for some help for the Emma site as well. So now the expansion of this project is we have other partners coming to the table, including Eagle County, Lift Up, and I think some other food partners that I'm not remembering right now, right off the top of my head. For the total for just the Emma is $38,000, and we're asking to pay for $22,000 of it.
Okay.
Sam, did I miss anything?
Yeah, the only concern, we've had some comments from neighbors in Emma area about their concern about using this for the purpose of food and people coming and going in traffic and trucks and all that. So I just want the public to know this has not been definitely chosen yet. It's being researched so we can find out the feasibility, the possibility, what issues might come up. I think it serves purposes, a great deal of purposes, as far as our ability to have food security, provide different resources for food, and again, different opportunities for local food growers. So, I would be supportive. I think we need to fully vet this issue before the Board of Commissioners can make a decision on how to use that building. So do I have any other
Thank you,
comments?
Patty.
Thanks, Lindsay. Hope you feel better.
Yeah, I support it. Yeah, feel better, Lindsay. I think it's pretty exciting that if Lift Up can acquire is it the old City Market building, I assume? That's great. I see Sam nodding. Yeah, so I certainly would be supportive of this, and I think it sounds great.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Sam. Good to see you. Okay, next we
still have Lindsay on the line.
Oh, Lindsay, don't go anywhere.
We've got a request to increase the contribution from the Healthy Community Fund to Resource Recovery so that they can have the full amount needed for a grant match, which has to do with the homeless services in the Health and Human Services building. So Lindsay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Yeah, so the money that was through recommendations through the Citizen Grant Review Committee for the Healthy Community Fund, that was meant to go to the Aspen homeless shelter had been reappropriated in our emergency ordinance to go to recovery resources. And we learned from recovery resources that the way that they can get a federal match is if they have, I think, 75,000 for the match, and we were giving them 61,875. So this is a supplemental to get them to that 75 so that they can get the match to run the facility throughout the rest of the year.
Okay, for me, there's no question asked. Does the board have any questions? No, I think this
I have a
is going to be
question.
great success. Yeah, Kelly?
Does Recovery Resources have like a fundraising arm similar to what the Aspen Homeless Shelter used to have?
Yeah, so when the Aspen Homeless Shelter closed down, they actually gave them their donor list, and they're going to be bringing in a lot of the same donations for the things that they were doing. So yes, and I think they're also looking at creating a more robust fundraising arm of their organization.
Great question, Kelly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right, now are we done with Lindsay?
Yes.
Okay, Lindsay,
Thank
go
you,
take
Lindsay.
a nap.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, moving to Upper
Next.
Red Mountain Solar.
Yep, and Jeff Kruger should be on the line with us.
There he is. Hi.
I am. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, this supplemental request is for the Upper Red Solar. This was really an error on our part when we did the 2022 budget. We included expenses of $80K, but also assuming that we were getting a DOLA 50% match, which we are, which is an additional $80K, but we should have had expenses at $160K with revenue of $80K to cover the 50% match. So this is just making that adjustment such that the expenditures are 160K, but there is no net fiscal impact to this supplemental request. So I think this is pretty simple, but I welcome any questions you have.
Do I see any questions from the board? Okay. Jeff, you're right. That was pretty simple, and we're not going to tell
Thank you.
the state.
In fact, we came under budget, which was great in terms
Oh,
of
yay.
the RFP. And so, yeah, this one's going to move along. We're going to start work in July.
Great, thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I think I'm up next also.
Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're not going anywhere.
Next is
No.
the Southside Generator. Go ahead, Jeff.
So this is, so the Southside facility, we are actually converting what formerly used to be the touchdown space upstairs into a backup or satellite dispatch center. And this is really to help improve dispatch operations overall for the county. And there will be 2 dispatch positions in that space. And in order to support these dispatch positions, we need to have uninterrupted power. And so a generator is essential, and we can also make use of it for other things that we're working on within the facility, as well as in terms of broadband, as well as public safety microwave. So it serves multiple purposes, but the generator was an oversight on the part of our 2022 budget. But we are asking for a supplemental of $30K in order to support that expense and have the dispatch center be fully uninterrupted.
Okay, as it
Any
should
questions
be.
on that one?
This is also moving funds. Originally, what was budgeted was in both the translator and the radio funds. We're moving this into the capital fund under facilities, as that's a better fit for where the project should be managed, and then increasing the dollar amount.
Board have any questions?
Question, yeah, Jeff, just wondering, looking at the way these things are done, I keep hearing about the electrical grid and the microgrids that are being built and sustainable solutions using, or resilient solutions using power walls or large batteries. I'm wondering how many Ford F-150 electrics would you have to plug in to power this building for, whatever temporary need, is there an electric option rather than I'm assuming it's a diesel generator or maybe it's a gas generator? I don't know what do you think the fuel cost will be, and what are we looking at? Are there electric options, I guess would be my question.
Yeah, hey, great question, Greg. Actually, part of what we're doing with the remodel is putting in a battery system as well. So the battery system, for the most part, will power this dispatch center for approximately 8 hours. And so for the most part, we don't really feel like we need to run the generator. That should cover most power grid failures. But there are those cases where we could exceed the 8-hour time and the generator will then kick on. But we are looking at actually doing a building electrification system for the south side, so doing it on a small scale next year. And this will be something we will be putting forward to the board next year as part of our budget presentation. But going forward, we fully anticipate making this a kind of a small scale electrification project and build on what we're doing right now with dispatch in terms of the battery architecture.
Got it. Great. So yeah, I'll approve of you buying this generator as long as you don't need it.
Yeah, hopefully, like I said, it's, there's certainly cases where we could have grid failures beyond 8 hours, and we have to have it, even though it's a natural gas generator. So
right, I'm a big supporter of redundant systems. So, but it's great to hear you're electrifying. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving next to courthouse. This is something we've already discussed too, didn't we?
Yes, and Rich is here to help present this request. It is a request for $250,000 for the courthouse, part for the roof, part for a lift for the judge's platform, and then an additional $28,000 for cabling for the judicial staff, which may or may not be needed. But I'll let Rich go into this more.
Yeah, Connie, you recapped it very well. To Kelly's point earlier on the roofing, there is some money set aside because I did get underneath that roof and found some additional need there. So this is an add to an already $300,000 budget by the $100,000. There is an extensive write-up that Jody put together. She's working hand in hand with FCI. She does list a number of things that have taken place that are being covered through either line items or some of the contingency. But bottom line, it is 3 items in this $2.2 million project that are outlined here. Any savings in the contingency, and FCI is really good at doing this at the end of the project, is giving back. And so hopefully we'll get some money back when this is all done. But this is about 3 items equaling the 250 for the lift and the roof, and then 28,000 on cabling. And again, the Ninth Judicial is really working through this, and the extra cabling came out of their recommendation to make sure we get that done right. So that's it in a nutshell.
Thanks, Rich.
Yeah.
Does the board have any questions? Okay. Yeah, this was kind of a tough one to, the roof, I think we need to get it done, but, it's one of those old buildings and you never know what you're going to get into till you get into it. So, okay. Moving along, because we have a long agenda ahead of us also.
Okay, and county-owned housing unit repairs. Rich, are you covering this one too for Jody?
Yeah, again, it's pretty straightforward. As you know, we've taken on a number of units. There's some pretty interesting pictures that were provided here, but it's just money that's coming out of the housing fund to be able to take care of some of the repairs that are taking place in some of these units.
And just a quick note on this one. Talking to Jody, we made a last-minute change, which is reflected here in the request that you see, that the total amount for the Hunter Creek unit is $39,300. We had originally had that as $29,300. We added an additional $10,000 when it became clear that Hunter Creek HOA was not going to cover any costs. In the memo for the budget supplementals, I neglected to make that $10,000 change. So when I give you the overall numbers for the total supplementals, it's $10,000 difference, and this is the place where that occurs, just so you're aware.
Thank you, Connie.
Questions from the board?
Okay, the next request is also one that the board is familiar with. The board approved a $511,000 contribution to CORE out of REMP funds. And the budget had $500,000, so this is just a small increase of that additional $11,000.
Okay, everybody good with that? No questions? Okay, thank you, Connie.
Okay, next, in 2021, the board approved a $20,000 loan from the general fund to Redstone Ranch Road General Improvement District. And they were at a situation where they did not have enough funds from their property tax to pay for road repairs. There was a debris flow and a number of issues that needed to be fixed immediately at that time. In the meantime, the district did approve a mill levy increase, so a property tax increase. They now have enough funding so they can begin repaying this loan from the general fund. And we're recommending half of it be repaid in 2022 and half in 2023. So this is appropriating the money in the Redstone Ranch fund and then paying it to the general fund.
Yeah, that's what we were hoping for. Okay.
Okay, last request, and that is an inflation relief stipend. Let's see, is Melissa on the line?
I didn't.
She covered this.
Okay. No. So, who can take it?
I can begin to talk about it, and Phyllis, you can jump in. Of course, you all know the situation with inflation at the moment, the costs increasing in the valley, both for food, for energy costs, for gasoline, and probably even higher costs in our valley than some of the official inflation numbers reflect. Staff is feeling the impact of this. John Peacock recently did a number of employee listening sessions where I think it was about 175 of our staff participated so that management can hear their concerns, what they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And this is a step that was taken out of the employee survey, which was done earlier. Pickens County is doing a classification and compensation study to take a look at our job classes, our job descriptions, and see where they compare with market, so that we can remain competitive to both retain employees and to recruit new employees, because this has been very difficult. The results of this classification and compensation study will be available, we hope, in time for planning for the 2023 budget. But to tell staff that are dealing with immediate issues on housing or childcare or other items that, well, wait, and we hope by February 2023 maybe we'll have a solution for you. Management felt that a more immediate response was needed. And so the proposal is to take some of the extra sales tax that's been received, which also reflects the inflation, and turn around and do 3 lump sum payments to employees in 2022. And that would be $1,040, but prorated based on an employee's number of hours worked. So if it's half-time, it would be half that amount. And provide this just for 2022 for all employees. and the costs are shown for each and every fund. Phyllis, would you like to add more to that?
I think you did a great job, Connie. We've been talking about this for a while. And really in the listening sessions, just the stress of what's happening in the economy and being in the valley. This is an action that can just show the county cares we're hearing. And with a flat rate provided to all employees, it'll really impact people who might be in our lower end of our pay scale, because every employee gets the same dollar amount.
And I think this is something that we can do and we should do for our employees for many reasons, but we have the availability, the opportunity to do this now. And I think we would like to be doing more. We're going to be looking into what we might be able to do in 2023, but for now, this is what we can do, and I think we should do, and I think the Pickens County employees deserve this. So, and did the board have any? Kelly?
Yeah, yeah, I'm glad we are able to do this too. I mean, even just listening to the tax receipts that have come in at 40% over in 1 month,
Yeah.
almost covers this, for a whole year for this stipend. So in our debates, I had hoped that we would have maybe given more to our lower wage employees and less to our upper wage employees, because inflation does not hit everybody the same. But I'm okay with this and moving forward, and I'm glad that our compensation study will take into account livable wage standards, because I think that will be an opportunity to really help benefit how to live in this community and do the jobs that we see as essential in the county.
Right. Thanks. I think that was a really good point, the living wage. And because, once again, we live in a community that's not like a lot of communities around this country, and we need to be looking at things that are a little more inclusive, and I think that's where we're headed. So, Greg, would you?
No, I'm happy to see it
Okay,
pass.
Steve, you're good?
In favor of it.
This will be coming back to us next week?
On June 22nd, we have first reading, and July 13th will be second reading for these supplemental requests. All told, it's an increase to the budget of $9,098,884, with additional revenues of $587,295. So the net impact and change to the 2022 budget is $8,511,589.
And I think the public needs to know, if you haven't been listening to this whole discussion, there were a lot of issues that were brought forward that were just cleanups from last year's budget, things that were omitted or things that changed over time. It's not like we're creating, $8 million worth of more. We're just cleaning up a lot of things that have come to our attention.
And
but
the airport was the
and
lion's
the
share of
airport
that.
was a big part of that. But I think that being able to do this for the employees at the end of this supplemental request is really key. And just so you know, on the 22nd, it's going to be an interesting regular meeting, so come and enjoy. We'll see you.
Okay. Thank you
Thanks
very
so
much.
much,
Thank you,
Connie.
Board.
Thanks, Connie.
Thank you.
All right, do we have Kara?
Few minutes, Betty.
Well, we're supposed to be taking a break after, and it looks like we have City of Aspen here. We don't have Kara, so if we want to take our break now, and then we won't take it after Kara. Do we know where Kara might be?
I'll be right back.
Okay, we're gonna, Grassroots, we're gonna take 10 minutes. And then we'll juggle things, so if we don't have people, we'll bring the city in and let Mr. Peznicek know that we're gonna do that.
I'm gonna run upstairs, I'll let them in.
Okay, thank you. guys know, is the fountain gonna be on this weekend? Downtown? Welcome back. Today is Tuesday, June the 14th of 2022. This is a continuation of the work session of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. And we have with us a Housing Coalition update with Ashley Pearl and Carol Silbernagle, and we've got both ladies online. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Apologies for not being here a little bit sooner, but thank you for taking the break. My name is Kara Silbernagle, the assistant to the county manager, and Ashley Pearl, the community resiliency manager, is here. I'm going to take most of this presentation as Ashley is in recovery mode from COVID right now, and so she will jump in where I say the wrong thing or I'm not getting it right, but otherwise I'll be doing most of the presenting on her behalf. So to get started, we wanted to come to you today and provide an update for the Greater Roaring Fork Valley Housing Coalition. As you all may remember, this is an effort that has been in the works for many years, but most diligently since December, and Pickens County signed a letter of intent to support the stand-up of this organization back in February. And so there's been a lot of changes or a lot of moving parts. And so we wanted to come to you all with an update as well as specific requests as we move forward with some grant applications. So we'll go over where the Housing Coalition is today, discuss a proposal for Pickens County to pursue an administrative planning grant as well as an IHOP grant that is not the pancake store. It actually has funding dollars associated with it, and where the coalition is headed from here. So just to get started, the Greater Roaring Fork Valley Housing Coalition is an organization that 8 jurisdictions throughout the Roaring Fork Valley have signed on to create a nonprofit entity. And really the intent of creating this as a nonprofit, there are things within the nonprofit field that no one of our jurisdictions can pursue independently, as well as just really a need for a regional mechanism for coordination and collaboration on housing issues. So the members thus far are Town of Sonoma, City of Aspen, Pickens County, Town of Basalt, Eagle County Housing Authority, Town of Carbondale, Colorado Mountain College, City of Glenwood Springs. We do have in our organizing committee, we do have representatives from other jurisdictions in the Colorado River Valley that are also helping inform where we head. They have not formally signed on to the letter of intent or to the organization, but are very interested and are engaged in the discussions and where we're headed. So I want to take a moment and just acknowledge how we got here. We're at a pretty big milestone that the Housing Coalition had their first board of directors meeting last Friday, and it wasn't missed on anyone that it wouldn't have happened without really acknowledging the history of how we got here. And it starts with the late Bill Lamont and David Myler. And it really was the inspiration and the vision of the two of them to try and create a multi-jurisdictional regional housing authority back in 2017, 2018. While there wasn't the buy-in throughout all the jurisdictions, I think what there was is momentum to move forward to create the 2019 regional housing study to try and create a common language for us to discuss up and throughout the region the housing issue. And for better or worse, throughout COVID, it's all been magnified and has only gotten worse, which actually gave new political will, new engagement on this effort to really stand up this coalition. And it really is, needs to be acknowledged, the effort that got started way back in 2017 to get to where we are today. And I think we all would have preferred that there wasn't a pandemic in the middle of this. That would have sparked even more, but that's the reality we're in. So what is the Housing Coalition? I know a lot of people are asking about it, and really at an overarching level, the coalition was created to increase the availability and accessibility of affordable housing throughout the region, covering the entire continuum of community housing, from homelessness all the way to free market ownership. We're not going to touch all of these. Some of these might be partnerships, but the vision of this coalition is not just in workforce housing. It is really housing for the entire community and to create a sustainable housing future. And so I'm not going to read all these slides by any means, but I just wanted to bring it back of, in the letter intent, what really it was the purpose of this housing coalition. It was promoting collaboration and coordination and cooperation across the region, right? To be an educator and an advocate throughout the region on housing, to serve as a resource, to be a different arm than any one jurisdiction can be on its own, to find different solutions for housing in our region. There was an idea to update the 2019 regional housing study, which I'll get to in a couple of slides. There's also goals of securing funding for housing acquisition, potentially holding land for future development, and then collaborating with the efforts of the roadmap. And the reason 5 and 6 on this are grayed out is because all the other ones are work that the coalition is working on right now, which is a lot, but it also is some of the efforts of where we're headed. And so I just wanted to call out from those original intent and that letter of intent, the coalition's doing a lot of work to try and move the items on each one of these. So bringing it back to the regional recovery roadmap. As you all may recall, we also received the roadmap, and Pitkin County was the lead, and it was a technical assistance grant through DOLA to support whatever the region identified, and the region identified housing. And so what we've used those resources for is really to not update the 2019 regional plan, but really do a supplement to it to help guide and support the coalition's efforts of where we can prioritize some housing solutions. So again, it wasn't to do an update on any kind of inventory count for housing. We all know that the magnitude of housing is increasing. It was really just understanding how those dynamics have changed and even broadened more into, it's no longer just we need inventory, the rental, right? You all know it, you hear it every day. It's the rental, it's the availability of housing, it's the purchase price, it's all those things combined. But really the thing I wanted to hit on here today is what we really used that technical assistance to was actually to come up with some strategies in a housing toolkit that the coalition could start to act on, especially as we look at those ARPA dollars that are going to be coming down later this year. And really what we found is throughout the work with the coalition is that the priority is in those development neutral strategies. There's a lot of things different jurisdictions can do on their own or through some specific partnerships. But the thing that no one is really on a regional level working on is what are the development neutral programs that can also help move the needle in the housing crisis. We all know we're not going to build our way out of it. So it's going to take a whole toolkit of different solutions. And that really is where the coalition is spending its time and priorities over the next 6 months. So feel free to jump in if you have questions.
Just a question, Patty.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Kara, just if you could describe what's the scope of development neutral. I'm trying to understand precisely when you use that term.
I'm going to go into that right now.
Aha, perfect segue. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for that segue, Greg. That was perfect. So when we looked at development neutral strategies, we also recognize it goes across the whole spectrum, right? We're not just talking about home ownership, but we're talking about it for rental. We're talking about it for ownership. we're talking about it for sustainment, right? For stability in the current housing that someone may have. And then also, what is the environment that might promote it? What are the codes and policies across the region that can help with these development neutral efforts? And so some examples, and I'll let Ashley jump in if she has any others, but some examples are what's a rental assistance programs, what are immediate. So, you know, there's some employers that are doing it. I think Eagle County has just launched a program, but what's your first last security deposit that can be offered to the community to help people get into rental housing when that is typically a really big barrier? Or what is necessary to sustain the current rental housing that people may be in, and knowing the environment we are in, that it's at risk. Then there's, for home ownership, what are the buy down programs? We're looking at the one Pitkin County has for its employees, as well as what Eagle County is doing for its community. I think Summit County has an example as well. There might be others, as well as maybe what are bedroom ADU incentive programs? While it might not have worked in some jurisdictions, I think it's working in others. What are the lessons learned? What can we apply at a regional level that can help increase an inventory that is already built, but making it available to the current community? Greg, did that start to paint the picture?
It's starting to, but I still don't understand what development neutral actually means.
Sure. So, and Ashley, feel free to jump in as well, but really what we're talking about is there's already a housing stock. It's the accessibility of the housing stock to the community that's here. So what are the different ways that we can take the housing stock that is already built and make it available to the community that is here? You know, part of it is the short-term rental conversation, but that's not what the coalition is doing. Part of it is turning extra bedrooms that people may have. How can we promote those being turned into rentals or options for the community to live in? Again, taking the housing that's here for the workers in the community that's here without building more.
Got it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ashley Pearl. I'm the Community Resiliency Manager for Pitkin County. Thanks for filling in, Kara. As you can tell, my voice is coming and going. But Greg, I think that we often hear people say we can't build our way out of this, right? We all know that we have a housing crisis, and we all know that we need more new housing. We need to develop housing, but we also know that there's a lot of housing on the ground right now that's not being utilized to its fullest extent. So as a starting point, the coalition is looking at how we make better use of the housing that's already here in our community. That's not to say that the coalition won't eventually go a different direction. Just seems like in our first year, our priority programs right now are really focused in this area here of, if you're currently owning a home or you currently rent a home, how do we keep you there? And if you're looking to get into a new rental or new owned, and you're looking to do that yesterday or tomorrow, how do we get some programs on the ground right now to help that immediate need? Whereas the development is a longer term strategy. So really looking at having that near term impact for those people that need it the most. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, that does help. Great. So it's really kind of an independent, the choice of neutral is just kind of interesting, but I understand the concept and I really support it. Thank you.
Okay, Kara, turning it back to you too, or?
Yeah. So I think Ashley teed this up really well in where the coalition is headed, which is really some near-term strategies. And so there's a couple parallel paths that the coalition is working on and some immediate funding opportunities. So the first is, this is a brand new nonprofit organization that spreads across 8 different jurisdictions, 2 counties, 1 special district, and 6 municipalities. So there's not really a model out there for this right now. And so we need to build some organizational capacity. What is the strategic plan? You know, we know a vision of where it wants to go, but really putting some, a little bit more bones around what that means. When does the coalition start to look at development or not development? What is the funding mechanism if this is a nonprofit? When do we do outreach to various employers or foundations? And so the first grant that we're looking at is through the Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Fund, is putting in a request for a planning grant that really is focused on that organizational capacity for the nonprofit that builds out that programmatic and fiscal plan. The next piece of this is, you know, kind of building off of Greg, your question, and I think everyone on the coalition's question, right? In theory, the idea of these development neutral, that we look at buy down programs, that we look at rental assistance, that's where we want to go. But how do we get there? What does that really look like for us as the coalition? And what are the things that we need to consider that is different than maybe is being operationalized in a housing authority or an independent nonprofit that isn't kind of balancing across all these different jurisdictions? And so what we're looking at is really trying to further that toolkit into developing these actual programs and looking at requesting additional technical assistance from the roadmap effort and the consultants we have, since they've already started the work, as well as applying for a CHAFA direct effect grant that can help give some support in developing these programs. And the intention of those two elements are really key in the program implementation, which leads into the ARPA funding. And I just have to give huge kudos to Ashley, and she really has started up the funding committee and has been working very closely with DOLA and Department of Housing to really understand what is going to happen with these ARPA funds that just got passed in the last legislation. And so through a lot of her one-on-ones that she's been having is understanding that, you know, the grants will be open in October. I think people are excited about the idea of what this coalition might be doing, but we need to also get a lot more of a program plan in place to be competitive. And so kind of 2 and 3 are really stacked of, we need to develop those programs in order to be competitive in the ARPA grants that will be available in October. And then lastly is the HB 1271 grants from last year. They're the IHOP. I don't know what IHOP stands for, except for Ashley says it's not a pancake house. So it's something, Ashley, feel free to jump in, but it really is looking at more, it's kind of teeing off of that administrative organizational capacity of what are more of those long range policies and programs that as a region, we can start to be looking at. Back to that purpose, where do we regionally collaborate on the policies and programs to make housing more of a regional effort than an individual jurisdiction effort? So for today's purposes, there's really 2 important asks of the board. The first is the administrative planning grant. It is $50,000. The coalition approved $25,000 of its seed money to use as match. So we get $25,000 in grant funds to really, you know, request facilitative services, bring on a consultant, and do a 3-year strategic plan and operations plan, stakeholder interviews, figuring out what does this coalition look like? How do we actually make this sustainable for the long run? Because this is operated through DOLA, it needs to have a local government as the fiscal agent. And in conversations with Greg Winkler, who I think we've got about 20 days left of his time, he is willing to push this through if Pitkin County is the fiscal agent. So we and the coalition are requesting that Pitkin County serve as the fiscal agent. And if so, then it would be supporting the chair, Patty, to sign on to the letter, which is actually the application process. So that's kind of the first ask for this board, and I'll pause there before we go to the second ask.
Okay, I don't have a problem with Pitkin County being the fiscal agent. I have some changes to the letter, and what I'm going to do when we're done, if the board approves this moving forward, I'm going to ask Charlotte to email the letter, because it's in paper on my hand, off to both Kara and Ashley, just for some, it's just some tweaks in capitalizations and word changes and that kind of stuff. And then if the board approves, I'll be more than happy to sign it ASAP so we can get it off.
And just to clarify, there's two letters. So the letter you have right now is not for the administrative planning grant. That's for the IHOP grant.
Oh, well, this just says Department of Local, oh, you're right. It has Department of Local Affairs at the top, and then it has the pancake shop listed next. Okay, so that's the one I have.
If the board is supportive, I will get you the letter, Patty, by end of today, or I'm gonna say by tomorrow.
Okay, I'll turn it around as quickly as possible. Probably Thursday morning. Okay, the board have any comments to being the fiscal agent and to sending off the letter? I've already moved the second letter forward, so we're good.
I'm good.
Okay. Kelly?
I just have a question that I sort of keep asking, but I'm going to keep asking it. How is the coalition working to sort of meaningfully bring in community representation in these conversations? You know, this was, I think, the real genesis is a community conversation, and to me, you know, I felt like our board gave direction to have the governance be inclusive of the community, and it continues to be important to me that there is a real sincere integration of community partners that are very invested in this topic as well.
Yeah, and Kelly, what we've been working on is really the standing up of the organization. And so what the board discussed on Friday was twofold to that effort. So I think one is this administrative planning grant and the stakeholders would be kind of one step in working with the community, getting their buy-in and their thoughts and feedback of what is the vision for the coalition. So I think that's one part that we need to have the funding to start moving forward with the organizational capacity. And then the second piece that the board decided on Friday is we have set up in the bylaws the establishment of advisory committees. And I know that there's a desire for a few different advisory committees. And what the board decided was to prioritize creating an outreach committee that would both be reaching out to the Colorado River valleys as well as starting to do outreach to employer and community groups to build into that community aspect into the coalition. So those are kind of the seeds that are getting started with it.
Okay, I look forward to hearing more progress on that. Thanks.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, on the same topic, I see that the organizations currently make up the board. It has municipalities and county, and then the Eagle County Housing Authority and CMC. So would this be a mix of staff or elected officials or just people who reside in those areas? And then you have some at-large members, I see. So is it, if it's a nonprofit and it's been established and it has a lot of elected officials, CORE is running into the same sort of makeup of our CORE board now, where we have electeds and we have some at-large, and we're kind of looking at the ramifications for a nonprofit development, fundraising, all those questions are coming up. So I'm just wondering, what do you think is the makeup electeds, or is it just people from those jurisdictions?
Yeah, so we actually had a really good conversation in the stand-up of the coalition about that. And the intention is that right now it is whoever the jurisdictions would appoint to represent them. And so it has been a mix between both a staff, for the most part it is staff, so Ashley is Pitkin County's appointee, but other jurisdictions, due to staffing limitations, just to be honest, Carbondale and Basalt both requested to leave it open to electeds that have maybe been playing a role in the coalition efforts for some time. And so the way that it was written into the articles is that it could be a community member, a staff, or an elected that could be a part of it, but with the expectation that it is a working board and has some interest in the housing piece, in order to really articulate that this is the stand-up of the coalition and not make it a political effort, but really digging in and putting the work to the ground. And so that's how the initial appointees of each of the board members was created. And then the at-large members are voted on by those member jurisdictions.
Great, thank you.
Patty, may I jump in?
Yeah, of course.
On both Kelly and Greg's. After the board meeting on Friday, you know, we solidified that there are 3 at-large members. One of those is David Myler, who helped stand up the organization, and this is kind of came from him. So there are 2 at-large spaces, and I know that there's going to be a lot. We've already received some people reaching out and saying, "I'd love to be one of your at-large members." And I think the board, or I know the board, is going to really take their time trying to figure out what skills are really needed on those, because it is a working board. But what we've been really excited to tell people about is if you're interested in being involved in this coalition and you're a community member, you can most definitely be on these advisory committees. And advisory committees are sometimes meeting every week, if not every other week. So there's no shortage of work or ways to get involved in the coalition right now. Somebody doesn't need to wait until we open up applications to be an at-large board member. There's 3 groups right now. There's the outreach group that Kara mentioned. There's also the project planning and funding committee. And then there's like the strategic planning committee. And we already have representatives on both the outreach committee and the planning committee who are not board members. And we would welcome anybody else who wants to participate. And I've been in contact over the weekend with some folks already who want to join and just participate and support where they can. So by no means is this a wait and see or a closed coalition. Our meetings are all open to the public, and we would love anybody who wants to come and help us, because it's a really heavy workload between now and October to get a couple really big grant applications in. So that's the key focus right now, and then we'll just kind of go from there. But if you know of somebody, Kelly, who wants to be involved, we'd love to chat with them, because we do have these advisory committees that you can just be a member of the public, and we'd love to put you to work. So hopefully that helps. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, Kara, are we moving on to the next ask?
Yeah, 2 more slides and then we're done. So the next one, I will probably tag team this with Ashley because she's really been working a lot on this. The request is also through DOLA, but through a different department of DOLA, which is why, Patty, understandably are confused. We're learning a lot about all the different departments. Is the 1271 planning grant. This is a $100,000 request. Again, the coalition approved $25,000 in seed money, and it would be a $75,000 grant. This as well requires a fiscal agent and a local jurisdiction, and so tentatively Glenwood Springs is looking at being the fiscal agent. We say tentatively because they have to make a formal resolution, which I think is planned for this week. So we're hoping that will continue to move forward. And the great part is Glenwood Springs is already administering one of these grants for their own efforts. So they have a lot of experience in this type of grant. It's due on the 27th. We are asking all the coalition members to have a letter of support signed from each of the jurisdictions. And really this is an assessment of what are the affordable housing strategies and policies across the region that can reduce the barriers to affordable housing. This is more of a longer term strategy. It's odd because it's a short-term request, but it's federal ARPA dollars, so we don't anticipate even getting the grant award until December or January. And really the coalition's discussion was, even though that timing doesn't meet our immediate needs, with everything else we're working on, it is likely that the timing will work out for us to move into those longer term planning efforts. And so we didn't want to let this opportunity escape us, even if it's a little bit further out from where the coalition is right now. Ashley, please jump in. Anything I'm missing?
No, we're just hoping that the BOCC would support signing a letter of support. Thankfully, Town of Glenwood Springs is considering taking the heavier lift here on being the lead applicant. And that's the letter you have, Patty, that we welcome edits. We just need to have it in by the 23rd of this month.
Okay, I will, if the board approves, I will give it to Charlotte and have her email it to both of you, my little changes. Okay, board good
I
on that?
advocated for this funding at the legislature, so I'm glad we were going to ask for some of it.
We'll go down and pound on doors in Denver if you want, or DC if you want. All right, so the board's good there? Okay, Kara, next.
This is the last one, and we already hit on it, but again, this is just the beginning, and a lot of credit to a lot of people from the organizing committee, again, up and down the region in the Colorado River Valley that has been, you know, trying to figure out what does it mean to stand up a regional nonprofit. So on Friday, there is the first board of director meeting. We have board of directors. We established a bank account. These are big things, right? We know where the money is going to come from for the matching grants. Moving forward with the 501c3 filing, approving the bylaws. The group did determine to appoint David Myler as the first at-large representative, who he has been providing a lot of pro bono work and volunteer time, really, and even, you know, drafting the articles, getting the bylaws, providing a lot of that legal expertise, which has been invaluable, as well as the housing advocate side that he represents. As Ashley said, they did establish regular meeting times, which I believe are the third Thursday, and we will share it out with all of you, but they are open to the public as well, and so they're going to be meeting monthly. And establish those advisory boards, as Ashley referred to, the organizational committee, program and funding and outreach, and really welcoming people to join in on that effort, because it is a lot of work, and it's a big push between now and October, and there's only 9 board members now with David Myler. And then lastly, the Aspen Institute has also offered and volunteered their support to help us stand up a website and really get some of this information more public facing and more forward facing. So we're excited to have, some of these are little things, but when you're trying to stand up, they mean a lot as we move forward. So with that, that's all we have, and just wanted to open it up to the board to any questions or comments or requests as we move forward.
The one thing here was you wanted to know if the board wanted to be kept up to date. I'm thinking the board will want that. So if you, Kara or Ashley, just want to, with part of our agenda meetings, Kara, let me know when we need to start scheduling some work session time, whenever you guys feel it's necessary to bring it back to the board. That work? Okay. Does the board have any other comments, questions? You guys, thank you. This is an amazing effort. We've been talking about it for quite some time. I'm sure Bill Lamont is happy to hear us. And I know Dave Myler is this because I've been running into him on a frequent basis. So, yeah, I think it's exciting.
Can I just ask, how will the community be informed of progress, and how will they be engaged to get involved?
We will hear from the outreach committee at our next board meeting on their plan. Each committee, each advisory committee is coming back with a plan. So we can share that with the board, and then hopefully the website as well, which we're really thankful to Evans Islis and the Aspen Institute for taking it a first run at.
That's great. Valley-wide solutions. Thank you. This is really exciting.
I will be seeing Crystal from the Aspen Institute on Thursday. I'll make sure to thank her. Okay, ladies, thank you. Ashley, feel better? Bye. All right, we are now moving on to our invited guests. So we are going to have a City of Aspen entrance to Aspen project plan update. So Dave, do you want to do the introductions?
I think he's got that.
Okay, so if you guys need any techno help, we got Skylar here. Thank you for coming and joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna step out just for a second and give this letter to Charlotte, but you can go ahead. I'm just gonna be gone for just 1 sec.
You'll miss the start, the best part.
That's because it's
I
her
thought the
part.
ending was the best part.
No, it's my part.
Oh. Want me to wait?
No, no. Madam Chairperson and BOCC members, thank you for having us here today. And of course, Deputy and Acting County Manager. Thanks for having us here to talk about the entrance to Aspen. I think you all may have heard of this topic maybe once before, perhaps. Anyway, we really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk with you today. And let me first introduce folks on the team. I've got my name is Diane Foster. I'm the Assistant City Manager, and I am the co-lead on this project along with our City Engineer, Trish Aragon. Pete Rice is our Division Manager for Engineering. Jack Dennenberg. Oh, where's Jack? He's right here. He's right here. Wait, I couldn't even see you. Trish is huge. No, I'm joking.
Okay, I had an extra taco at lunch.
I was thinking the hair, Dolly Parton says the higher the hair, the closer to God.
Sorry, Jack. Jack's a project manager on an engineering team. We've got Lynn Ramba as our mobility manager. Mike Horvath is here as well. He's our senior project manager, transportation. Mike's also leading the project on Main Street, which is going super well. So with that, just a quick overview of the agenda today. The primary purpose is to come and talk to you about the scope, and we're just getting started. This is the re-kicking off of this project, and give you an opportunity to see if we have any questions. We will have a couple questions that we have prepared for you that we'll show you on the next slide, and then we'll show you again at the end to come back to that. So agenda, I won't do PowerPoint karaoke, but that's kind of what we're going to go through today. And on the next slide is the questions. These are the questions that we'll come back and ask you, as well as any other questions you may have for us. And if I may just go back to your last presentation, I'm on that board. It was an amazingly short time frame to stand up a group like that and to get everyone on the same page. And Kara did all of the heavy lifting and facilitation for that, and really kind of moved the group quickly through. And it was amazing to all be in. We met in Basalt, and most of the people had never met each other in person. And the one characteristic of the board that everybody has in common is I'm like the baby on housing, and I spent 14 months as interim executive director for APSHA, and I know a tenth of what most of the people on that board know. So when Kara said it's a working board, it is an incredible depth of knowledge on that working board. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for that commercial.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm going to hand it over to Trish.
Okay, thank you. Trish Aragon, City Engineer. And so I want to back up a little bit about the record of decision. So that was done in 1998. And the record of decision includes, or was, look through several alternatives to come up with the preferred alternative. And so the entrance to Aspen is that preferred alternative that was selected against several, actually 10 objectives, and it met all those objectives. And the last time the community has looked at the record of decision was back in 2007, so it's been 15 years. And recognizing that, City of Aspen Council recognized that, okay, it's been 15 years since we've looked at the record of decision. Let's update the materials here. These are some of the materials that we have. And for today's audience is a little more sophisticated and, is looking for graphics more specific than what we have available. And as Diane said, even the outfits in the videos are a little dated too. So we're gonna,
They'll come back around.
Yeah.
Maybe by the time we get the entrance done.
So council recognized, okay, it's been some time since we've looked at this, and let's go ahead and update these materials, and let's also create this goal of having this shared community understanding of what the record of decision is. So that's what this education project is to inform the community on what the entrance to Aspen or record of decision for this project actually is. Now, as I mentioned, there's 10 objectives included in the record of decision. This particular record of decision is unique. Not all have all these objectives, things like phasing, things like the transportation capacity. We talk about keeping the traffic levels down to those 1994 levels, which is just above 23,000 average daily, vehicles across the Castle Creek Bridge on an annualized basis. So the record decision includes all of these different objectives, which is pretty amazing for this particular record of decision. And as you know, there are several components associated with the record of decision. Many have been completed. So what you see in the blue on this map are the completed items associated with the record of decision, and the orange are those yet to be completed. A lot of those are located west of the roundabout, including the new Castle Creek Bridge, as outlined in the record of decision. Now, items that have been completed that are not depicted on this map include Harmony Road and those improvements at Harmony Road, the realignment of Owl Creek Road and the signals at Buttermilk, and then the conveyance of right-of-way across the Merle open space for the 2-lane and light rail only option in exchange for the Mills Ranch property. And as you know, the Mills Ranch property is that, where the Brush Creek Park and Ride is, and then also it's that open space from Shell Bluffs all the way down to the river. We also have implemented the bus rapid transit system and several traffic management programs, such as paid parking in town, our bus system. And throughout this whole process, Pickens County has been a critical partner in the implementation of the record of decision in many of its components, as you know. So we have some challenges with the record of decision. It's the things have changed since 2007. Technology has changed. We have things like trackless tram, and how does that fit into the record of decision? We also have a community that wasn't here in 2007, so they may not necessarily know what the entrance to Aspen is and what the record of decision is. And then the last thing is we have a bridge that's nearing its useful life. So the old Castle Creek Bridge was what I'm going to call it, because this project will include a new Castle Creek Bridge. But the old bridge is a critical emergency access for the city of Aspen. And it's critical for mass evacuation and for first responders in getting to the hospital. So as a community, we need to determine what the future new bridge will look like and what it will be. So this project, the education project, includes these 3 components. We're going to do this technical analysis, look at the record of decision. As you know, or may not know, it needs to stay fresh. You need to continually work on it, or it needs to be reevaluated. And so we need to determine, do we need to do that reevaluation? Are we up for that? Most likely the answer is yes. We've already done some research on it, and the answer is yes. And then the technical materials themselves. We want to get into more detail with the community, let the community know, it's in cross-sectional view, in plan view, what the preferred alternative is and what it looks like. And then the next step is engaging CDOT, and the last is community education. So I talked a little bit about step 1, that technical scope of work. That some of these questions, defining the right of way, showing that on a map, and researching those technologies such as trackless tram. So under this part of the scope, we have hired HNTB with Ralph Trapani as the technical advisor. So as you know, Ralph.
As
He's
we
like
know,
the only
we
name
know
in the
Ralph.
game, yeah.
Yeah, and he just keeps coming back.
Well, I mean, but he is an expert on the record of decision and the entrance to Aspen. So he's been helping us in gathering that historical information and the context, because he did write the record of decision, when he worked for CDOT at that time. So he's been a great help for us on that part of this technical evaluation.
Yeah.
All right, and the next step is engaging CDOT. And we're currently in that process right now. We need to understand how do we get it on the 10-year statewide transportation improvement plan, and what how do they want to be engaged in this process as we start getting into the entrance to Aspen. They're very interested in talking about this. So more to come on that.
The next piece of this is the public education process. And, we always use the term community engagement, public engagement. We are intentionally calling this public education because it is not a robust year-long community engagement, listening sessions, et cetera. We are taking, if you look at the graphic on this is a modified version from KU, University of Kansas, that they did, and it is from the IAP2, the International Association of Public Participation, and they have this is their model for communicating and interacting with the public. So we really are at the informed stage, and part of that, you heard Trish mention, there are lots of new folks in the community. When our engagement team went out and talked to folks about the moratorium, they got a little bit caught off guard at first because they didn't realize how many people don't have that community context. And and if you moved here like I did during COVID, getting that context of what is the history of the community, how do things work, it's harder to learn that during the pandemic. So this really is at the informed stage, and I'm a little concerned we might anger some people because they just want to go to the end and say, okay, let's vote. But we really do need to step back and do that education process. And as Trish said, getting people to understand what is a record of decision, what does it mean? Because you'll hear people say, hey, let's go back to the drawing board and do a different thing. Well, how much time and money does that actually take to do if you want to open the record of decision? And as Trish pointed out as well, this record of decision is very different from ones that exist now. It had a lot more community involvement and community voice than is typical in a federal record of decision. And so looking at what would we lose if that were to happen. So this public education process includes updating a website. The team is working on videos. We've seen Mike's got someone working on the videos, and we've seen an early draft, and it's just great, right? Because the technology now to do visualizations is just a whole lot different. So being able to say, hey, here's a short video. I did watch the 42-minute version with Bennett Bramson and was like, wow, 26 votes, go. Here we go. So an updated website, print campaign. We will have public open houses. We'll probably have a lot of meetings with community partners. And then we are very intentionally going to be polling the community at the end of that just to see where folks are. And then we'll go back to the city council. The timing of this is really in the fall. We'll be doing this. We actually issued an RFP, and we're going through the RFP responses right now to evaluate who we want to select as a partner for that. But it is a very scaled down effort. Thanks.
As Diane mentioned, the schedule, right now we're doing that technical analysis. We're going to be engaging CDOT here within the next few weeks, developing those technical materials, hiring the firm to do the education component of this project, which is the website, print materials. So that will roll out this fall. The website, the print materials, and the open houses, and and community meetings. And we expect to do the polling late this year, early next year.
So now it's your turn. What questions do you have for us? And, these are a couple ones, but please.
Great, thanks, Trish, Diane, and
Jack.
Jack, you're Jack. I'm looking at my list. Okay. Mike's in the back. Okay. Thank you for coming and presenting this. The question, lots of questions, but the one that pops up first is, if you're engaging CDOT and Ralph Trapani, they're going to hit the ground running, I assume, and then they're probably going to give you guideposts or guardrails to work off of. Are decisions going to be made before the public input is the question. What decisions will be made before the public has a chance to weigh in? Like, say if Ralph comes and said, well, this is the only way you can do this,
Sure.
or CDOT says that, does that mean, by the time you come around and get public input, that's already sacrosanct and it's written on a tablet and you can't?
No, there's only one decision that's going to happen before that true public engagement piece happens around ideas, feedback on these types of things, and that is, does the city council want us to move forward in this effort?
Got
To
it.
go to the next step. That is it.
Got it, okay. I had another question that's kind of specific. Looking at the maps, and all the maps I've seen, I just look at the connectivity, I don't want to drill down too much, and maybe you've talked about this, but if you live on Cemetery Lane and you need to get to the school or the hospital, how are you going to get there expediently?
You go back into town, make a right.
Do you go
make a
under the
right,
bridge
come-
and back up and through the S-curves, or do you?
You go through, yes. So you're going to go
Okay.
through the S-curves, and there will be a light at 7th to get back on.
So you make a right and a right to
So
get
we just
back.
increase the time and difficulty to getting to school in the morning, and so I don't want to get stuck in the weeds there, but I look at that and I think, that doesn't seem like progress to me. So I'm already wondering, is that going to be part of the public discussion?
Right now, the public discussion is about, this is the preferred alternative. This is what it looks like. Like Diane said, we're in the education part of this, so it's about informing. I understand people once they find out, they want to give their input, just like what you just did. They want
Sure.
to know. Okay.
Dying to, right?
Yeah. And so we have. City Council has indicated they do want to, open this up to the next step, which is getting that input from the community. But for right now, this is strictly educational at this point.
In fact, part of the education is to go through, was it 26 alternatives were evaluated as part of the record of decision? Or to define the preferred alternative? Oh, no, the 26 votes.
We're still gathering the information regarding the number of alternatives. There was.
So the preferred alternative, and what's the date stamp on the preferred alternative? Is that 2007 or 1990?
No, it was prior to that, was 98?
98,
Yeah, okay,
correct.
so we're looking at a preference of 1998. Got it.
They even evaluated jet skis on the Roaring Fork River as one of the alternatives, I think.
Okay,
It's
thanks.
a very broad spectrum. So Stephen, then Kelly, and then I have a few questions.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Let's see, my first thought is I am really glad that someone at the city finally realized that the old Castle Creek Bridge is a problem and that, it's a public safety issue that's at stake here. And I'm really glad that you have started this process to look at the thing and try to address the issues with how do you replace the Castle Creek Bridge? Because that is so important. If that bridge failed and there was a public emergency, even if there was no public emergency, the city of Aspen would be paralyzed without the Castle Creek Bridge. So I'm really glad that you are moving forward now, and it seems like you're moving forward with, serious deliberation. And I think this is the first time in years, I think, that this process has been looking promising to me. Another thought is that I think that the split S-curve should be looked at seriously as an engineering solution that would involve, I think, a roundabout at the Cemetery Lane light to replace that. And that would solve the issue of how do the people from Cemetery Lane get to the school and the hospital without having to go across two bridges to succeed at that. I think if that split S-curve thing happened, there would have to be a modification to the record of decision. It would be still crossing the Merald open space, but at a different alignment. I think a lot of the other elements would be very much the same. If there's any way you can accomplish all of this without having to go back to the City of Aspen voters to vote on this yet again, that would be, I think, a good thing. For somebody who lives outside the City of Aspen, down valley, it's been years and years of people suffering and feeling like they're the ones suffering through these long traffic jams, but we're not able to have input on it. And I think a lot of people down valley have lots of good ideas about this. So I think you should consult with the commuters who are coming in all the time to get to their jobs. They think about this all the time when they're going very slowly through the traffic jams. And I think they would have a lot of good ideas that should be paid attention to. So thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Kelly?
Can I just, just because I never miss an opportunity, I've lived in Missouri Heights for 2 weeks. I've driven my car to Aspen once, and it is 30 to 40 minutes consistently on the bus, and it is kind of joyful to drive by all the cars in the bus, and Rafta's doing a great job. So
If only we didn't have 25 people standing on the aisles of the buses these days. We're working on it.
had a couple of days of that, but it's been better this week, actually.
Oh, good to hear. Okay, Steve.
And I ride the bus too all the time. I hardly ever drive into town. I will park at the Brush Creek Park and ride and get on a bus, or park farther down valley at Old Snowmass where I live and ride the bus from there. So I agree with you. That's the best way to get into town.
Okay, I'm going to turn it to Kelly. I'm trying to keep us kind of focused here, but.
Okay, thank you for this. There's a lot I don't know, so I appreciate learning from you guys. And I think some of the things I'd like to understand, I'd love to see a distribution of the daily trips, like by day over year or something, so that, because I think that the average doesn't tell the story. I think the peaks are really going to tell a story, and the troughs are really going to tell a story, and that would be helpful for me, whether it be 1 year, whether it be 5 years, whatever. I'd like to understand more about opening the record of decision. Is there a way to partially open the record of decision? Like, it always is just presented as this, like you fall off a cliff or you don't, So I'd like to understand that, and like what elements of our record of decision become most at risk. And I would sort of define risk as, where does the community give up, its opportunity for input and control, of the 10 things that you laid out. Like, where does the community cede their decision-making opportunities or input in those 10 things if you open up the record of decision? And is there a way to manage that, if that's even an appropriate way to think of the risk? So I'd like to understand that. I think for the current preferred alternative, I want to understand, is there any use of eminent domain? Is there any replacement of structures? Highway authorities run highways through places all the time, with powers that may not be palatable to local communities. Like, what are the risks of that? Or is that something that we would have to employ at a local level anyway, if we wanted to pursue the record of the preferred alternative? Does this become a different conversation if we are looking at like safety and evacuation as the priority, as opposed to movement of people, like transit or transportation, daily emergency use versus daily use, I guess, are some of the questions I have. And I don't know if those can be wrestled with in this process.
Absolutely. I do want to mention about the right-of-way. So the right-of-way, CDOT did obtain the right-of-way through Meralt. That's how we got the Brush Creek Park and Ride and that open space over there. However, it is across a Meralt open space, and so that right-of-way is specific to two general purpose lanes and a light rail. So although the preferred alternative says you can go ahead and do two general purpose and, bus lanes that can be converted to light rail at, when it becomes feasible, So those are those nuances, right?
Yeah, no, and I get it. I don't think people realize that. One of the things that I think I understand best about this is, it creates more lanes, but it creates more opportunity for transit. It does not create more opportunity for single occupancy travel. And I don't think that is fully baked into the public's understanding, even people who've lived through all this necessarily. Like they say, build it, and I think the assumption is build it and we can get more cars flowing freely on 4 lanes both ways on Main Street.
Quick one on that is, you are correct. Our community survey we presented to council last night confirmed that people's number one priority was around traffic. And, one of the things as a newcomer, I look at this and say, this town has a geography problem, right? There are physical limitations to what can be done, and short of undergrounding 82, there are incredible limitations here, and the intent is to address emergency access as well as improve the speed and time of public transit.
And I guess the reason I ask the two separately, like, is there, my question being is, does this become a different conversation if we're just looking at emergency use versus transit use? Because I'm not, like, for the EOTC, this doesn't necessarily fall into, like, our priorities for the EOTC, right? Like, it's, the EOTC is looking at how do we best use what we already have and move more people best along what we already have beyond considering the record of decision. And so I see them as a little bit of, we have two bodies having transit conversations that aren't aligned necessarily. And so if it never moves forward and EOTC continues down its path of, like, how do we best move people along what we currently have, for me, that emergency access is still a crucial question, right? Am I being clear about that? Like, if the community just says, we're never going to build this thing across Merle, deal with what you have, I still feel like we have an emergency egress question that we need to deal with as a community. So that's why I'm asking, like, does it become a different conversation?
And I think it is one conversation from the perspective of right now there are no other real solutions on the table for increasing capacity. Right, emergency access is a capacity issue, right? And you can't stop people from getting in their cars. You can hopefully move people more on a bus, but the idea of doubling the capacity out of town is significant.
And then I guess I just want to go back to what I was asking, like, related to, to structures, whatever. I'm not clear on what happens when you get across Castle Creek. Like, once that other bridge in the 2-lane with the light rail, what happens on the other side? Like, where does that go? Are there buildings in the way? Like, what, how does
Either
that
we.
work?
So,
Yeah.
yes, we.
So-
Part of this is to because even Ralph said, we focused getting across Merle, but from once we crossed Castle Creek, we didn't really dive into what that looks like.
Okay.
So
Other than the signal.
Yeah.
Is there a right-of-way on that side, on the other side of the bridge?
So there, on that side, there is some right-of-way acquisition that will need to take place, on that side, and
Bruce
that's,
Berger's old house, that stretch through there.
so as part of this, we're gonna identify that.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful for me.
I just
'cause
wanted
don't know.
to support what Kelly said regarding the metrics, you know, and yeah, the average is like, we've got so much better data now, and I'm hoping that becomes a useful tool as we're all looking at this, you know,
Okay.
rather than an average from 93.
Yeah,
you
this
know.
team has good data.
Yeah, oh, sure.
So
Thank you.
I agree with the process of getting the data and stuff so people can read it in today's technology. I think that's something that needs to be done because I know it stretches over such a span of improvements in communications and technology. As far as a record of decision, I kind of have a little experience with records of decisions, like 10 years of my life. You can amend a record of decision. We did this, I know it's a different agency, it's still a federal document. I've said this a million times, you can amend a record of decision. We did Smuggler's record of decision at least 3 times, and we did major changes to it. So there are not all negatives to reopening a ROD, there are a lot of positives. We are being hit now with people who are concerned about the enforcement of the HOV lane. Try and try again, we tell them it's part of the record of decision, the community doesn't understand it. That could be something that could be addressed. You don't just, if you're gonna open a ROD, you don't have to necessarily just fine tune it. You can expand it if you see community need and community support. Castle Creek Bridge. Yes, it's a safety issue, we all know that, but it's gonna continue to be a safety issue. No matter if we build a new Castle Creek Bridge, we're still gonna have to utilize the old one because that's where the traffic from Cemetery Lane, McLean Flats is going to have to get into town or back out of town. So that's gonna continue to be. Plus, we need to have 2 bridges. Everybody's been saying that for emergency ingress, egress, and so that bridge is going to have to be maintained in the future. Let's not forget it. It's not going to fall down on its own because of, just a neglect. We're going to have to continue to utilize that. So we need to look at maybe a different option for emergency ingress, egress, because that's critical. But the way the record of decision states a preferred alternative, the Castle Creek Bridge, the existing one, will still have to be in existence, and it will still have safety issues. So let's not say that we're not gonna have any traffic going over, because we'll still have RAFTA buses, we'll still have school buses, we'll still have construction traffic, we'll still have trash trucks, we'll still have all of that stuff needing to use the Castle Creek Bridge, which will put even further wear and tear on it. So that's something that needs people need to be reminded of that we're still gonna have that issue. Plus, will that bridge then be totally the county's or the city's responsibility because it will no longer be CDOT's Castle Creek Bridge, it'll be city's bridge. So any repairs and management of that will come back on the city taxpayers to have to fund the maintenance. So I think those are concerned. We just need to clarify that, and if we're gonna educate the public, we need to have education across the board. But yes, records of decisions can be amended. And there are times they need to be. Smugglers definitely needed to be done, and it worked in the best interest of the public at the end of the day. So, Steve, we're going to keep it because we are running way over, and I have a cutoff time today. And we have a lot to still
Can I make
accomplish.
one last fun suggestion?
Well, yeah.
If you have a budget for virtual reality, it'd be so cool to drive the.
We would be happy to have donations.
So, Steve, and then you guys, this has been great, but Steve, please, because we have.
So 2 quick points. One, Patty, CDOT could still own both bridges under the split S-curve scenario. It would not be city. The old bridge would still be CDOT bridge.
You're
in
right,
that
Steve,
case.
but we would have to reopen the record of decision to change the preferred alternative.
I realize that. But you just said it's easy to change the record of decision.
It is. I've been telling Rachel that for, since 1998.
So second point is I really like the trackless tram concept where it would basically be light rail without having to build the rails. When EOTC looked at the cost of light rail, it was like so astronomical. It was out of the question. No question at all that that's not going to happen. But something that could run on the roadway that is already built, that's really doable. And I really am intrigued by that concept. From Brush Creek Park and Ride to the airport to Aspen, back and forth with it.
Steve, you and
That
Ward
tram.
may get your trackless tram, and You know, some other people may get their aerial tramway, but I don't think that's the conversation. But I appreciate the effort to educate the public, bring the public back into this fold. It's going to be a hard road to toe, no pun intended there. But you may be able to bridge the communication system. Oh, I'm getting bad this late hour of the day.
This one up.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Nice to see you all.
Thanks for coming.
you.
Really appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, Sam, is Sam Landercaster here? Because we have another FTE request.
Well, it's a discussion. We're coming to you all hopefully for some guidance on this. So I don't know if you all are aware, but TJ Bolt, our Veteran Services Officer, left his position in April, and he is the third Veteran Services Officer that we've had hold and leave the position since I started here in 2017. And we've just found that this kind of constant churn we're having with our Veteran Services Officer is leaving the level of service that we're giving our veterans, it's lacking because they aren't able to have this continuity and build a relationship with their Veteran Services Officer. So we thought at this time it would be good to at least look at how this position is structured and determine if we'd like to make some changes to provide better service. Briefly, Pickens County receives just under $10,000 from the state to fund this position. And prior to me coming on board in this role, I know Nan had a hand in this. You all, or the board, decided to fund the position at 0.525 FTE, which is 21 hours a week. And that currently is costing the county about $32,000 on top of the $10,000 that we get from the state. To provide that 0.525 FTE. So in looking at the position and the reasons that our past VSOs have given up the position, typically what we're finding is that due to its part-time nature and lack of benefits and the fact that a lot of these folks live down valley, they just found that it wasn't really tenable for them. So we thought we would propose kind of three options that we saw from our side that we saw as a possibility. We could continue in the route that we've been going, look to hire a new Veteran Services Officer, which is difficult because the position does also require that the person be a veteran. So that does limit our hiring pool. We could also take the money that the state provides and contract possibly with another county like Garfield or Eagle County. This would provide a minimal level of service, basically just filing paperwork with the VetraSpec, which is the database for veteran services. Or we could look at bumping this position up to something around 30 hours a week that provides benefits and provides a little bit more of a stable opportunity for someone who might be able to fill this role. Though from our estimates, that does come at a significant cost. I'm looking through here. I believe it bumps the total up to about $82,000 a year, which the county would pay $72,000. So an increase of about $40,000. But our opinion is that that would probably be, if we want to provide the level of service that we're looking to for our veterans and provide that stability in this role, hopefully for long term, that's probably our best option to find a candidate who can stay in that position. But we did just want to bring it to the board for discussion to get guidance from you on what you all think would be in the best interest of this position for our residents.
Thank you, Sam. I think the board, I'm going to speak for the board, has always been concerned about veterans and their well-being in Valley, well, everywhere. But I'm going to start off with a question. How many of the veterans that our veterans officer serves actually are Pickens County residents? Or are we already serving veterans valley-wide?
Well, I'd say the majority are Pickens County. The only time we're encountering veterans who aren't Pickens County residents would be at some of these outreach events where there's no real residency qualification. The veterans who our VSO is assisting with things like getting disability determinations, getting paperwork, connecting with local resources. We also do headstones, things like that, memorial services. Those are all Pickens residents Otherwise, they would be referred to the other counties' veteran service officers.
Okay, that's a good point of clarification. And increasing this to a 30, say, I'm just going to give an example, 30-hour a week, what kind of job tasks? I mean, other than filing paperwork. I mean, if I don't want to just be increasing this because we can't find somebody that'll do the job. I want to make sure we're increasing it because there's work that needs to be done, and maybe there's work to be done 40 hours a week. I don't really know that, but I think I need some justification behind that so we can figure out our. It's too bad the federal government should be funding all of this because they're federal veterans. But anyway, so I just want to make sure that, with the board, when this comes back, if it does come back to the board, we have some idea what the workload is.
Absolutely. I think we can see an increase in our outreach. That's one area where this person would hopefully have more time to spend time out in the community, which would help connect. We do have a large number of veterans, but the actual veterans who we see typically are the folks who are in need of like those more basic services I mentioned, such as paperwork and things like that. And I think we can also look at ways that they could be more involved in some of our local community celebrations. I was actually approached by a veteran resident via phone last week about the Memorial Day service and the fact that the folks who typically carry that on are getting older and are looking at maybe a way to transition that responsibility to the county, which would be a little more stable and long term. So I think there's a lot of opportunities where the VSO role could be expanded to better serve our veterans and get involved more in the community. And also when we're looking at kind of this higher level position, we might be getting some with higher compensation, more available hours. We might get a different, get some different applicants that we hadn't seen before who might have some of those skills already. That could jump right in and get started on that right away.
Okay, thank you. Greg, please.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Hi, Lindsay and Sam. Thanks for bringing that to us. When I saw this, I reached out to a couple people who are veterans and involved in the community in a pretty big way, just to say, hey, what do you think of this? Is this needed? What do you think you need? And I haven't had a thorough response yet, but the one response I had was, we definitely need something, but we may need to redefine what this position does. And looking at it, is it a federal fund or is it the state that puts in $9,000 a year? They must know that it's not going to really do anything for, so we're creating a position, and we're going to have to pay for it. And I'm still trying to understand just what's needed. And I want to make sure that we hear from the community being served and the people doing the serving already, because they may have some perspective for us. And since I didn't know if you'd reached out, I'm sure you're connected to these people, but I want to know more before I just commit to creating another FTE or even ramping it up. But so I'm enthusiastic about it and eager to learn more. Thanks.
Okay, Steve.
Oh, thank you. I've thought about this a lot since I'm a veteran myself, and I've gone to, the pandemic kind of threw a wrench into all the things, but the coffee and donuts are a typical thing, which the donuts aren't really good for you. There should be something else in place of donuts for that. But other places have a touchdown space where the veterans can go and hang out. So in Glenwood Springs at the Western Colorado Veterans Coalition has space in a Garfield County building where they can go, just hang out, and they can go to meetings there and, do stuff with other veterans. In Montrose, they took an old storefront on the main street of Montrose and turned it into a whole veterans center with all sorts of activities there. So that's kind of looking at, the same way we have a senior center and we have a day center for the homeless people, but the veterans don't have any place to go that's their own. They end up meeting in a little room in the library or something, but no place to hang out. So given the cost of real estate and everything, maybe it's unrealistic to hope for something, but maybe there's some possibility with the effort for expanding the Aspen Rec Center into more of a community center, or using the Armory building perhaps for some veterans activities, or some place where the veterans could actually go just to hang out. And then that would be their point of contact with the Veteran Service Officer also. So there are listed over 9,000 veterans in Pickens County is the figures that I see when those come out.
9,000?
There is quite a population.
Did you say 9,000?
Yeah, over 9,000
That's
is
almost
what they
half-
list.
That's half the our population?
Yeah, that's the figures that I get from the Veterans Administration when I've seen that.
Does that include those at the cemetery?
No, I don't believe so, but we're all headed that way toward the cemetery.
Yes, we are, Steve, you're right.
I
But
think we
as
need to
Greg
check
says,
the
that's
numbers.
half our population. That would be a surprising number. Yeah. Kelly. Thanks, Steve.
Is there any utility in your department to combine some functions? Like, can this person also be trained to help with economic assistance applications, or, additional homelessness services or things like that?
Yeah, I think just off the top of my head, and I had thought about this, we could use assistance in both quality assurance as well as program integrity. So talking about ensuring that benefits are being utilized correctly, having someone that had some time to look into some questionable cases, things like that. That also does have the opportunity to generate a little bit of not necessarily income, but recoupment for the county that could offset the cost. But certainly our quality assurance could use a little help. It's a lot for our staff to take on.
That's a good thought, Kelly. So, Sam, when would this, seems we need to do a little more vetting on this. So maybe, I don't know what a time frame would be. We really prefer to do FTEs during budget process so we can look at the whole county system. But if, I hate to not have any veteran services until next year. So I don't know where the board might want to go with that. I just think we still have some questions that need to be answered before the board would be comfortable making a decision. Lindsay?
Yeah, just so you know, we are still providing veteran services. Okay. It's by statute that we have to. So we contract, right? We're contracting for some of those services. And that is one of the options that we put on there. And what I'm hearing just from the board today is more veteran services would be great, but we're not sure that it's a government. Does it necessarily need to be a government run capacity building in the community? Like, we could look to Western Coalition for Veterans and see if there's space for them to have more, to just have more presence here in Pickens County, or maybe there are some other options that we can look into as well. But as you said, Patty, there are some more, I think there's some more vetting for us. We have some homework to do and some just community work to see what makes the most sense.
Yeah, and I definitely would like to see this coming back to us as part of budget with more answers to the questions and more opportunities and possibilities. Because I think I don't want to drop it now. I think we need to look at it because I think this is critical to those who have served our country and are in need of our assistance.
I was just going to recommend we could maybe some outreach to our, we've got a couple Board of Health members who are either veterans or work with veterans. Dr. Giesel is the vice chair of the Board of Health, works at the Veterans Clinic in Glenwood, and she's in touch with the people who come in there every day. And then Dr. Tom Kurt are the two people I reached out with, and they may have some insights. I'm just going to suggest we circle back with them and get some insight from people who are working perhaps from a slightly different perspective as we go forward. But you're right, we want to take care of the population, but we want to make sure we're actually going to solve a problem or I don't really want to create work for somebody we've hired. I'd really like to just see what the community thinks we need. So thanks for your work on this, and I look forward to hearing more. Promise to have an open mind.
Okay, we good? Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Lindsay. You guys take care.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, bringing it back to review of future agendas. I had a bunch of stuff, but things that I can address at agenda meetings or next week. Nothing urgent.
I only have one, and I wish Sam was here. There's an email from Sam on.
Do you have your mic on?
Take two.
I have an email from Sam. They're working on an FEC site visit. I don't know what FEC means. Okay.
From Sam?
Uh-huh.
With Election Commission?
No, that's what we thought.
Lindsay's on.
Lindsay, yay.
Hi, I can do my best. So the Financial Empowerment Center is what FEC stands for. Do you need some more insight? I can
That's
pull
the
Sam back
project
onto
Sam's been working on.
Okay. That's what I get for filling in.
Where's the center?
Is it in Glenwood?
There's no center yet.
Okay, so we want to do a site visit?
Well, I'm not sure why, there's a meeting to be set, and they want one commissioner from each county, Garfield, Eagle, Pitkin, for one day, and there's 2 weeks that they identified, the week of March 8th or the week of March 15th. August, thank you. Nobody got me candy.
Hey. Here, have some candy.
At the table.
So, it's one day during the,
There'll be 2 meetings scheduled, a board member, they're looking to attend one of those 2 meetings. So they'll give you an option of 2 meetings. So Lindsay, fill in if I'm missing anything here. So they're looking for potential dates for one commissioner. So I guess the first is what commissioner would be interested in attending.
Who's not here?
Fancy.
Francie will.
Good choice. I'm sure Fancy would be love to go. I am not available the week of the 5th. So, and the next week is our regular board meeting, work session meeting, agenda meeting, and
I'll try to go.
You don't know where it is. It's in Fruta. No, I'm kidding.
Cool.
No,
Do
we know where they're trying to meet, Lindsay?
Sam is going to jump back on the call right now because he's got much more information about that. So I thought I saw him just jump back on, but not quite.
Well, we don't need a ton of stuff because we're well.
Yeah, and Kelly is offering to be our representative, so I think then we can work with Kelly
on the dates.
And just keep it simple that way.
Yeah, and if Kelly can't do it because of whatever, we'll find a backup because we still have Francie on the hook because she's not here.
Okay. So
all right,
I will share that with Sam and you, Lindsay, just to keep it moving. And that is the only item I have, and I'm sorry I was so lost.
Have some sugar.
I just want to make one announcement to the board, please, you guys.
No, I really don't.
June 22nd at our regular meeting, please be here. We have, not because we have short-term rentals, but because we have a proclamation for Cindy Hubin. And Phyllis, do we know if there's been a celebration for Cindy's service set up yet?
I do not know that.
Maybe we can start looking into that because I know the board will want to be there also.
Let me see if I have. Sometimes I have little notes from Charlotte, but I don't have any on that one.
Okay. Does the board have any other things, or you can get back to me by Thursday afternoon because we have an agenda meeting Thursday afternoon, which is going to be at the Aspen Golf Course.
We're back on schedule, almost.
I'm working on it. No, we've got another thing added that's not on our list.
Oh.
So now do we have Kim here with us?
I gotta run and go back.
Okay.
You guys go.
Kim, are you here? Okay, thank you for all the photographs.
Yeah, I'm here. And Alex is here as well.
Okay, we're going to give you a few minutes here to just give us an update. We're getting ready to reopen some services.
Yes, we are. So I believe, just got our CO. We'll start moving back into the booking area this week, and I believe we're opening work release next week on the 20th. So, yeah, so we're pretty excited about that. I know you guys got the pictures, so I'd love to describe them to you, or else if you have time, come over and I'll give you a tour and kind of show you that they did a great job. I have to give pat on the back to Jody and FCI and Wold. It turned out really nice. So I think we're excited about having a little bit safer place for our staff and those in our care and custody. So excited for work release to start back up, and we're ready to roll. So
I can't thank you enough, especially for the work release program. Alex, you looked very perplexed there for a minute. Now you look happy. So do you want to add something?
No, I switched over to a new iPad, and I'm still trying to figure out all the
It's a learning curve.
Absolutely. No, but I am sentiment. I think the support from the Board of County Commissioners has been fantastic in this, what we affectionately term the Band-Aid remodel. It's been a long time coming to fix some of these true critical safety and security issues for both the staff and the inmates. And we're looking forward to getting back in the renovated facility and bringing back work release. As you said, Patty, it's a fantastic program as an alternative sentencing method. And we're looking forward to being able to provide that again. Well,
and I'm going to recommend to the board, it's really cool to go over there and see it. Before, during, I went over before, during, and I'm going to come by one day, Kim, and I'll let you know ahead of time, or Jody, and do a quick tour. So I think I really need to see it. So hopefully sooner than later.
I would love to give all of you a tour. Just let me know, and I can kind of show you and explain, why we did what we did.
Perfect. Great. Thank
It
you.
looks really good.
Steve has his hand up.
So does this mean that the people who are involved in the work release program, have they been housed in the Garfield County Jail and will be coming back, or have they been just not staying in jail at this point?
Yeah, there has been no work release program. Either they serve their straight time in Garfield, or I know the judges have been, trying to give them a stay of execution to when work release starts. So somebody may have supposed to start their sentence a year ago, and they're not starting it until we open work release. So
I heard that.
Which I think's worked well. At least they can still keep their jobs and support their families and that kind of thing. So
Yeah. So potentially there could be somebody who's housed in Glenwood Springs right now who would then qualify for a work release, or more likely it'll be new people that the judges, that's part of their sentence from the court system.
yeah, and I think I can't think of anybody right now that's sentenced that is at Garfield that is sentenced and waiting work release. So I think it's mostly that the judges have given them a stay. And I would echo what Alex said. We really appreciate all of your support in making this happen.
Yeah, so I think, Kim, what you're saying is people who need to serve some time, the judge is allowing them to defer that until now, because then they lose their jobs if they were incarcerated at Garfield County. So the work release would be a moot point. So I think this is great. So Kelly, I just said that I think the board should take some time, get a hold of Kim and go do a quick tour on our individual levels, or two of us at a time. That would be terrific. And thanks for the photo tour, but it's really, I like the boots on the ground tour.
I'm sorry, I had to step out. What was the timing on being able to use it?
Next week? This week?
Oh, good.
Yeah. So we're moving back into the booking area this week, starting tomorrow and Thursday, Friday, and then work release is scheduled to open up on the 20th.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, thanks, guys. Phyllis, I thought we had a request for a letter from Eagle County that we were supposed to discuss today. Is that true? Do you know anything about it? about a letter supporting their transportation authority?
I did see that, and it's not in board view. It's not in board view, so I don't have the information. Let me see what I can find. Quickly.
Okay.
While you're looking, Patty, are you aware of the request from the Rocky Mountain Early Child Care Coalition for a letter of support? I believe that is in board view.
I've not seen anything about that. I don't do board view. I don't even know what board view is.
That's notes that's how Charlotte and I and John communicate.
So the Board of Commissioners is not privileged to board view.
So it was in the same email as the transit.
Oh, it was.
There was a universal preschool letter and the transit. I just brought it up.
Is there a letter, actual letter?
Let's see.
There is a letter, and I have Stacy Petty here to explain a little bit more about the letter whenever you're ready to go.
Yeah,
there.
again, we still have a special meeting to go into, so this one is catching me off guard. I'm sorry, I only saw the Transportation Authority letter.
I'm not seeing it in here.
Yeah.
They're in the same email from Charlotte.
Oh, they're in an
from
email.
Eagle County.
Gotcha.
I just thought we were just seeing the transportation one and just assumed we would support the transportation letter. I think the board already talked about that. I don't know if we talked about it, early childhood education letter.
When is the necessity of the early childhood one? When do they need it, the support?
By the end of this week.
Oh, geez.
That's why we rushed it.
Gotcha. So it's in an email.
Well,
So if I understand, the LHO is part of the Universal Pre-K funding and new Department of Early Childhood that is like a regional coordinator for how this funding structure is going to get set up. And, they are requesting applications from entities to be that LHO, which I forget what LHO stands for. LCO, thank you. I don't know if Stacy was the only applicant for that in our region. So that's where that is. It's part of the governance structure for the new Universal Pre-K funding.
I can share some more. And this is Stacy Petty. I'm the director of the Rocky Mountain Early Childhood Council. I'm really sorry I'm not on video. I have a brand new computer that I've had for like 2 days, and the video is not cooperating. So apologies. So our council region covers 4 counties, including Pitkin County. And we currently implement other state initiatives on a regional level, like Colorado Shines and other things. So the LCO application, as Kelly alluded to, is a new opportunity that aligns with the implementation of universal preschool, where they are looking to have organizations based on catchment areas, which includes our 4-county region, so that we can help be a connector between the state and programs on the ground to help implement in a way that is kind of similar to what we do with Colorado Shines, but also as child care resource and referral. And so we are the only applicant for Lake, Pitkin, Garfield, and Western Eagle at this time. And the Eagle River Valley partners have decided they want to try to put in an application for the Eagle River Valley side. So they are doing that, but we are making it known to the state that we're happy to serve that area as well. But for Pitkin County in particular, what we are hoping for is support to continue in this role as a connector to boots on the ground work, as a connector for programs who might need resources, whether it's funding or different supports, as well as to help families who will be eligible for universal preschool funding for that 10 hours a week of preschool funding that will be able to help them fill out applications and help them connect with both preschool supports, but also with other supports they might need within their community or the surrounding communities.
And how is this position funded? I'm sorry, I haven't seen the information, so it might be in there.
So there's a lot we don't know, including funding that has not been released. The state has said that that the funding that is available will not be for compensation. So we're expecting that we're going to continue to use current council funding in order to fund a position to help support this work.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not supporting a position that is going to come back to us to ask us to fund. So it's, Phyllis?
I asked Charlotte if she can bring the letter, and I pulled up the letter that was in the email, and it's just urging a favorable consideration of the LCO application.
Kelly?
That's what we're supporting.
Kelly, are you reading the letter?
No, I have it in front of me, but I have a question for Stacy. Stacy, is the Confluence Early Childhood Coalition submitting a letter in support?
No, they are not, because they don't currently have their business set up in a way where they're eligible. So they're not currently eligible to apply.
No, I mean, are they submitting a letter of support for your application?
Oh, yes, they absolutely are. Sorry.
Okay, that's helpful.
So
Thank
you're
you.
comfortable? Okay. So you're going to need my signature by when?
So the applications are due on Monday. So we're hoping to put the final grant package together. They gave us, a whole, few weeks to get this done. So, and we know there'll be more information forthcoming as logistics and other things are figured out starting this summer for a rollout of universal preschool in July or August of 2023. So this first year is going to be a lot of planning. So we're hoping for letters of support by Friday.
Okay. I have a busy week starting yesterday. Steve, please, but Phyllis told me she could bring me the letter Friday or Thursday to our agenda meeting if it's ready for my signature. And I'd like to read it beforehand, if possible.
Yeah, I need to apologize.
Just looking real quickly at the letter, the sample letter is all written in first person. I support this. If we as a board are supporting it, it should say we as the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. So I think the letter needs some tweaking before Patty's signature, but I would support sending the letter.
I will have time, Phyllis. I have a window of opportunity Thursday morning, and then I'm done for the rest. We'll figure something out.
And I'll
I'll work with
apologize.
Stacy to get an updated letter ASAP.
Yeah, I like to be comfortable signing something with my name on it.
Of course.
So,
Actually, if you could send it to me and Patty will, so she can review the letter, and then I'll make sure it gets into the correct format on letterhead. And John was going to cover this, so this one caught me.
Yeah, I'll be coming into the office Thursday morning before I go to the ACRA meeting. So.
Okay.
And then I'll see you Thursday evening.
Staff has vetted. I'm sorry, it's the first, if not the first time, it's the first time I've actually heard from Stacy regarding the Rocky Mountain Early Childhood Council. And I just want to make sure our staff has vetted the organization. We know who the players are and your charter and all that. I'm sure Kelly's up to speed, so I'll trust Kelly with that.
Okay.
I'm new enough to it. I just wanted to make sure that we all know who we're talking to and.
And I'm going to guess,
as a reminder,
Ashley, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been working on childcare issues for the board for the last couple of months, and I've worked really closely with Stacy. She's proved to be a really great resource for Pickens County as we navigate our way into the childcare space.
Thank
So
you,
from a
Ashley.
staff perspective.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
I'm just
Great
more
to
the
meet you,
grammar
Stacy.
side of it, like Steve points out the I versus the we. I'm into that too, and we don't, it's kind of a thing. But yeah, we'll figure it out by Friday. We'll do the best we can to get it in your hot little hands.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any more surprises?
Eagle
The
County.
only other item I had was to make sure there was a letter regarding the Cozy Point change in their building.
I've seen it, but I haven't had a chance to review. What are we supposed to do with it?
I don't think it's just to bring it to your
Okay.
attention, so
It
that
came
you
from
knew that.
Came from
it
Tammy?
Came from Tammy, and attached was a letter from the Farm Collective on why they're doing it and
Yeah,
just
it was
construction
sent to the
costs.
city.
So they can't afford to build the enclosed structure, so they're building it as more of a pavilion type of structure, and that they can then
Close it
finish
in.
out
Yeah.
in the
Oh,
future.
well, that makes good
So
sense.
it doesn't change in footprint, and the
Yeah.
ComDev did think it merited us updating any
Yeah.
changes. Any
Thank you.
decisions.
What about the RTA for Eagle County?
Oh, yeah.
The what?
Eagle County has a letter. We have
For
to
the
weigh in.
authority? We had already talked about doing a letter supporting their.
Okay,
their-
that's all they're asking for by
Yeah,
a certain
but
date.
do we have a letter drafted? Okay. I
No.
think the board would support one. We just need to read whatever's drafted before
Okay.
we talked about that briefly the other day and said, well, of course we would support that. I'm sure they supported ours.
That is all I had.
Okay. Any other open discussion from the board? All right, do we have Mr. Ely on the line? Yes, we do. All right, I'm going to open a special meeting to discuss an emergency ordinance of the Board of Commissioners approving prohibition of concealed handguns within the Pickens County Administration and Sheriff's Office building and at all Pickens County voting centers and polling places. This would be effective today, and I think John clarified this, but it would run until December 31st of 2022.
As proposed, Patty, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So I'm bringing it to the board. I also have left you guys a copy of the state act, which was House Bill 22-1086, where the state concerning prohibiting openly carried firearms at a voting location. So it's my understanding that's already a state statute, John?
That's correct. So the state of Colorado, through the legislature, acted to impose a prohibition on the carrying or display, or obviously using, firearms at voting centers and polling locations. Although voting centers was not the term used in the act, they referred to it as, I think it was counting centers or something. Like a voting center is a location. We only have one in Pickens County, and that is in our administration building. It is used for active polling. It is also used for tabulation, collation, and record keeping, as well as canvassing and certification of the election results. So the prohibition extends to voting centers and to polling locations within all counties within the state of Colorado. It also extends outside of those physical locations for 100 feet in radius, provided that the local jurisdiction erects a sign demarcating where that 100-foot line is. And of course, we do that on a regular basis for purposes of campaigning or electioneering. So that is a law and a regulation that is in place and is operative without any action of the county. This proposed emergency ordinance deals with concealed carry handguns. Concealed carry handguns would be prohibited in the Pickens County Admin Sheriff's Office building, as well as our voting center, should that expand or relocate for some reason, as well as all polling locations. The proposed action, the ordinance, is set up as an emergency ordinance so that it would be effective in time to concern and cover in-person early voting, as well as in-person voting on election day for the primary coming up, as well as the general election in November. It should conclude all election business from the general election by its sunset, which is the end of this calendar year.
Okay, I'm going to bring it to the board for discussion. Kelly?
A clarifying question. So in the intervening months between elections, does that still apply in this building?
Yes, it does.
And since some of our polling places in the general election are on properties which we do not own, does our authority still extend there?
Yes, as long as we are occupying and using those properties or facilities for polling locations, for example.
So during the time of polling?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And John, you're right, the state statute, the act, it doesn't refer to them as voting centers. They do, as you're now calling them, they do refer to them as polling centers. So they're it's just a different word to say the same thing.
They don't call them voter service and polling centers.
They just call them polling centers. in the
Question, what would the language on the signs, how would that differ from what we would already have by state law?
For the state law concerning open carry firearms, all that we need to do is demarcate the 100-foot limit, consistent with our existing practices. We do that already for purposes of controlling electioneering or campaigning, those types of activities affecting people leading right up and trying to cast a ballot. If we go forward with this particular emergency ordinance, then we would need to amend or augment that signage to apply to the same 100-foot limit, but to specifically inform the public that concealed carry handguns are not permitted beyond that point.
As well as the the open carry, would there be language about open carry as well? So really, it's all firearms.
No handguns.
My suggestion would be to include the open carry prohibition just to make it clear, although there is no legal requirement to do so.
Okay, so John, if, I'll have to think about this. Steve, go ahead, please.
John, do we have any way of knowing how many concealed carry permits there are in Pickens County?
Concealed carry permits are processed through the sheriff's office. I hope that they maintain records of permits that are issued for Pickens County residents. I do not have that access to that record.
Well, I am wondering if we actually have an issue. Maybe there's not that many people who have the concealed weapons permits. And I suspect that if we would listen to the people who have the permits, they probably have them for a variety of reasons, some of which might be very valid reasons for the people to be carrying a concealed weapon. It makes them feel safer, I presume, might be a main reason people carry it, and they maybe have reason to think that makes them safer carrying a gun. So I'm just looking at a scenario. Someone wants to go in and vote, and they have to get from where they are in town to the polling center, where they might, without their concealed weapon, they might feel very unsafe getting to the polling place and would want to carry their concealed weapon with them just to get there. And I'm just trying to imagine what's going on in the mind of someone with a permit.
That's Steve, that's a good question. Although just as an aside, I will tell you that the statutory authority for us to enact a prohibition concerning concealed carry handguns was titled by the legislature Voter Safety Act. So perhaps the emphasis is not so much on the concern for safety of the handgun owner and the concealed carry permit holder as the rest of the public.
And Steve, this doesn't just affect people who have a concealed permit in Pickens County. It's anybody who has a concealed permit. So we're not saying it only affects you if you're from Pickens County. You can come over here from Eagle County with your concealed weapon permit. So it's a broader coverage. I'm concerned about my number one concern is protection of voters, protection of election staff, and people coming and going from polling centers during the election for whatever reason. Any space that we're occupying, but there's other activities that go on in that space, such as our own building where people may be coming in to go to the treasurer's office or to go, to finance, or just employees that are in the building. So I'm just concerned about drawing attention to people who we think we might be going above and beyond. My gut feeling is that just by letting people know that we are noticing the state statute for protection of voter safety, and we're doing it appropriately with good signage and education to the public. I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe that's enough, or maybe we need to go further. It's a question. Kelly and Steve, you still have your hand up. Did you want to say more? Okay,
just one more point. That is, I just want to toss out an idea that we would prohibit the display of a concealed weapon at the county at any time. Or maybe just during the election. So if someone might have one on them, they get if they display the weapon, then they have broken our ordinance and would be subject to the penalties. But is there, just another thought, is there any way that they could turn their weapon over to the sheriff's office when they come to vote and then retrieve it when they go out? I think in the state capitol,
we don't have the capacity in the sheriff's office.
The state patrol, you go through a screening thing, and one time I had a pocket knife in my pocket that I carry a pocket knife a lot. I had to turn it over to them, and then when I left the capitol, I picked it up, and it was no problem. Maybe we could do something like that. So just tossing out a couple of ideas.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Kelly?
Yeah, so I'll just react. I think if they're displaying their weapon, then they're now open carrying and they're violating the state law. So I'm not sure that helps us get around this. I think what undergirds this conversation is that it's dealing with constitutionally, protected rights that we are addressing, of which we have authority to place limitations on, so we're not acting out of bounds there. And we've already accepted limitations on other constitutional rights with regards to protecting the integrity of the voting place, as is related to First Amendment speech rights. So you can't talk about anything you want once you cross that 100-foot line in order to preserve the integrity of the election. And this is proposing you can't carry a concealed or unconcealed gun in order to preserve the integrity of the election. And I don't think that necessarily extends just to personal human safety, but safety of equipment, safety of ballots, safety of the ability to process votes, like all of those things can be destroyed by a gun as well. And, for me, I think it's such a difficult time for election workers right now that if we can preserve, their ultimate safety to do their jobs, then that is a valid goal in this. And that we did this already in 2020, and I think that we did it without, any consequence of reaction in an incredibly heated political environment. So I would like to see us move this forward. There's some language here that I think needs to be changed, but those are my reasons.
So, John, when we did this in the past, was it concealed and open carry?
Yes, and we did not discriminate because there was not a discrimination in state law at that time. State statutory enactments since 2020 general election have been to touch and concern concealed and open carry firearms.
But the state act only impacts open carry.
The state act of prohibition only implicates open carry. The state authorization to local governments and other local governmental entities is for concealed handgun.
Allows us both authority to regulate both. Yeah. You know, it's a tough one because Kelly's right. We didn't have an incident other than a bazillion emails from gun shops, which is understandable. We're not trying in any way, shape, or form to take away people's right to bear arms. We are just, again, as Kelly said, we're just trying to protect your First Amendment rights. And that we want to keep the voting place, which is an amazing constitution, democratic process, right? We want to make sure that voters are safety and those, fulfilling the election judge and election staff are safe in their environment, and that we protect the voting process itself. So I'm going to support this ordinance, and Kelly's got some language changes, but I'm going to bring it back to the other two members of the board. Greg?
Yeah, I think I'm just thinking about practicalities of it. If somebody has a concealed weapon, we don't have any way of knowing that. We don't seem to have a plan to install any metal detector or a staff. If they have a concealed weapon, we don't have any way of knowing that. What's the problem? Okay. We also, I don't think there's a plan to have law enforcement on any, standing by at the poll, or do we? I don't know quite what the law enforcement, but so I'm just trying to think about what's practical about this. I like the idea. It appeals to me. I'd love to have a sign out front 100 feet away that it prohibits all firearms, and I would support that. But I'm also just trying to get a grip on what the practicality is. And I did want to ask, the sheriff to come in and talk to us about this. I wish he was part of this conversation, because I'd like to know what burden this may or may not place on law enforcement. What if somebody has a concealed weapon and they're coming into town and they want to vote, but they realize there's a law? Who do they give their gun to? What do they do with the gun if they can't bring it in? Should we have an escort for them, a law enforcement escort who can escort them in and supervise them while they're in the building? Those are the sort of questions I want to ask. I'm not sure I like having this position, and I like being able to prohibit all firearms anywhere near the voting area, and I'm supportive of that. I'm not ready to support it until I understand how it will work.
Well, this is our only chance tonight to support it or not support it.
Okay, I'm going to say no then.
Okay. And in light of Greg's comments, I think I'm going to change my position and vote no, because I'm concerned about some of the things Greg said. So.
I'm ready for Steve to change my mind.
So, Greg, you largely spoke my mind on the issue, the practicality of it. I would rather have a way and I wish the sheriff was here also, that someone could just, say they ride in on a raptor or on their bicycle. They always carry their concealed weapon. I don't know if people do this, but I presume some of them do. They probably always have their weapon on them. They probably come into the clerk's office all the time to do driver's license business or whatever. We're just not aware of it because it's a concealed weapon. If they have a way to hand it over to the sheriff while they go in and do their voting, I'd be okay with, having the prohibition in that case. In the proposed ordinance or the emergency ordinance, I think it should probably reference the First Amendment and the right of people to vote and to have a safe and secure election. That's a compelling argument to me to actually do this.
Okay, I'm going to Bring it
So
back to
where are
Kelly.
you at, Steve?
Yes,
Well, I mean, I'm more with the practicality of it with Greg, that if we can't have the sheriff helping us out on this, I would say we're probably going to be safer not doing the prohibition on concealed weapon.
So let me
Just
run
rely on the
through.
state thing, that if someone takes their concealed weapon out, then it's an open carry thing, and then they're breaking the state law and are subject to the penalties. But we'd have to have law enforcement there in order to enforce that.
So BOCC votes to allow guns in polling place. Let me run through a scenario here because, generally, as a person who's spent a lot of time in the polling places, law enforcement does frequently make their rounds through at the request of election staff and the election judge volunteers, that if somebody who's working there doesn't feel comfortable about a person, that gets elevated, right? And now there's no recourse or authority for to do anything about that discomfort with a person with a concealed weapon, unless the sheriff sees some other cause. And I think that's just really unfortunate. This isn't, we're not talking about coming into our building. We're not talking about not coming into our room with, a concealed weapon. We're talking about, I think, providing some security for our democracy and for the volunteers who are essential to it. And it's unfortunate to me if this doesn't pass.
So, John, when people carry a concealed weapon, they don't have to disclose that, right? They don't have to come in and say, hey, I got a gun on me?
That's correct.
So, the only time you would know is if they pulled their weapon.
Perhaps.
Or unless you saw it hanging off their hip underneath their trench coat. So, that's also a tough one. I'm just, again, concerned about some of the comments now that both Steve and Greg said. Yeah. So if I swing my vote back to Kelly's, it's a 2-2, what I'm hearing now, which is, Greg?
Well, first of all, I prefer you didn't start writing the headlines now. I thought that was really unnecessary and inappropriate because it's an important conversation. I know you have a philosophical stance on this, and I really agree with you on my abhorrence of guns goes pretty far. So what I want to make sure is that we have a practical solution here, and it actually is solving a problem. So what I understand is if somebody walks in and they've got a gun in their purse, and the gun never comes out of the purse, nobody ever knows and nobody is threatened. If they pull the gun out of the purse or they brandish it in any way, all of a sudden then it's open carry. It's no longer a concealed weapon. And if anybody sees it under your trench coat or under your shirt, it's no longer a concealed weapon, and there's grounds to alert the bailiff or the sheriff or whoever happens to be paying attention, and it's already legislated to be an illegal act. So it seems to me that we won't know if they have a concealed weapon unless they reveal it, and if they reveal it, we already have a law for this. So I think that kind of covers it for us.
I don't know if that's true. Could we ask John? John, if you have a concealed weapon permit, is it become a open weapon carry when you pull it to use it or brandish it or whatever? Or is it just, I'm a little confused on that.
In all actuality, you can probably get several answers to that question.
Thank you.
The distinction might be without any appreciable distinction if a firearm is withdrawn from a holster. But I can tell you that that neither act that has been passed by the legislature has been construed or interpreted through an appellate court since their adoption. The open carry in was it March of this year, and the or no, open carry was 21, and the concealed carry was March of this year, I believe, or vice versa. The effort, however, undertaken by the legislature was a concerted and determined one, and a lot of this dialogue did occur, I know, during the course of discussing both bills, and ultimately the legislature felt that both bills were important and ultimately passed both. The concern, particularly with concealed weapons, is the possibility for harassment, threat, and coercion, whether somebody displays a firearm or not, just simply acting in a way that might indicate they could be armed is a way to intimidate the voting process. And the legislature felt strongly enough that local jurisdictions should have the ability to preclude that and to ensure a safe ballot box, so to speak. That's all I can tell you definitively until the issue passes through appellate court system.
Can I come up?
Kelly?
So Greg, I just want to say, you know, sometimes summarizing the big picture is helpful, I think, to bring back to what the real nexus of the conversation is, and that's what I was doing there. And I would like to just offer that, you know, we have practical evidence where we did this 2 years ago, and I personally think that that is also something to rely on here to know whether or not you think it's going to work. We've tested it and done it in the past with, I think, success.
Thanks. Could I just say,
Yeah, go ahead.
if I could, so John, if somebody walks into the voting area and they don't have a weapon at all, but they act suspiciously or suggest that they do have a weapon, what happens then? They're not violating any of these rules, but they are.
If there is concern present on behalf of any citizen or any election official, then a call can be made to law enforcement. And at that point, it's an issue for law enforcement to address when they arrive on the scene and to assess what kind of conduct is being reported and what they observe, and then act accordingly. This simply is a layer of prohibition that allows a response from law enforcement. We're not dealing with breach of the peace or harassment or something of that nature. We're dealing with the presence of, potentially the presence of a firearm.
So if somebody if they're not displaying it, but they suggest they have it, that we have recourse, the people in the poll could call it in to the law enforcement. If they have a concealed weapon and they are scaring people somehow by revealing it, they can call law enforcement. I'm just trying to figure out what problem are we solving other than making this statement. And I'd love to have a sign that said all firearms are prohibited within 100 feet of this polling area. Like that's a wonderful sign to put up, and I'd support that. I just want to see how it could be tested and how it could be thwarted and what is it really doing for us.
Well, the problem is, though, we're not, and it's an exception in the act that people who need to carry, like law enforcement, who need to be in the building with guns, obviously, because the sheriff's office is here, or they're making rounds, because our law enforcement does periodically make rounds at any of our polling centers, voting centers. They also make rounds, because I've worked with elections, as Kelly has, many times in the past. They also make rounds and keep an eye on boxes where people can drop their votes off, like they do in Basalt, and they have been Redstone. You know, there always is a presence, and they up that presence during the election process, which is also good to know, so that the ballots are kept safe, as are the voters and the voting staff.
Question, why do we have to decide this right now?
Because early voting starts on Monday.
Okay,
People will be coming and going from this building.
we might not have it ready for early voting, but I'd certainly love to hear what the sheriff has to say, or the
Well,
police
my
chief.
thinking is we can make a decision now, we can bring it back, not on this time frame, but for the general election. We don't have a meeting until Tuesday. That's why I called for a special meeting today.
Well, I'm sorry, I feel as if if law enforcement isn't here, I don't feel prepared to make a qualified decision.
Okay. So we don't have to pass it today. I don't know who's available on Tuesday to bring it back again, and we can affect it on Tuesday. Francie will be here on Tuesday. Francie's position was pretty clear the other day. I can't speak for her exactly, but I can summarize what she said, and she's ready to ban every gun in Pickett County pretty much, especially assault weapons. But so the board needs to make a decision here so we can move this on. Steve?
Might I suggest that next Tuesday we hold another special meeting, have the sheriff there, have the full board? I mean, I'm still on the fence. I'm not set one way or the other. If the sheriff can give some reassurances of a system for monitoring the election site, either, you know, have someone watching the video or some way, if someone, you know, even if we pass this thing, if someone has bad intentions, our ordinance is not gonna, it's gonna be meaningless. The people in the polling place and the machines and everything are gonna be at risk from some nutcase, you know, pulling a gun and starting shooting it in a polling place. And then the response from the sheriff, even though they're right next door, how long does it take them to get in there and what damage can be done that quickly?
Okay.
And I think that sheriff maybe could help us if he comes to the meeting and, you know, gives us some ideas or reassurances on that. I would feel better.
Kelly?
Sure. An alternative could be to pass this just for the primary and have it expire July 1st, you know, and bring it back.
We do have time on Tuesday afternoon, and we can enact it that day, and we'd have signage ready to go.
And could we have the election manager join us?
Yes, she's the one who gave me this information today, and then we can see if somebody from the SO can be here. So if we would like to do that, I don't have a problem. We'll have a full board. I'm going to ask that we have a full board for this discussion, so we don't have a tie. We have a direction. And so, John, would we need to continue this special meeting? Would that be the best thing?
No, the special meeting concludes and the item will be recalendared on the work session for
Tuesday
next
afternoon.
Tuesday, under a special meeting notice for that day.
Would the board be comfortable in doing that?
Yep.
All right, so I'm going
I
to,
would, yeah.
yep, okay, I'm going to call for this meeting. I need a motion
To adjourn special
Thank you.
meeting?
Second?
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Special
Aye.
meeting is ended, and anything else that the board needs to discuss before I say see you later?
Nope.
All right, see you guys later. Thank you, John.
I was going to say see you next Tuesday. Wait till I go.